Hey dreamers, welcome to this safe haven for restful sleep, where we create your sleep stories together. I'm Dan Jones, and I invite you to join me on this calming journey into Slumberland. And if you haven't already and you feel more comfortable doing so, as we begin to relax, you can close your eyes, settle down comfortably, put aside any worries from the day, and lazily exhale. And have a sense of gazing at the evening sky, perhaps 40 minutes after the sunset. Noticing the landscape around you bathed in shadows, the glint of golden light peeking from a point just over the horizon, the shades of blue darkening in the sky, and perhaps for a moment you can notice a rare sight. When the light from behind the horizon refracts in the atmosphere to create a moment of indigo. And perhaps you can imagine that indigo light carrying with it the magic of sleep as it travels into your eyes and begins to wash over and through you. Bringing peace and calm to your body and mind with each breath that you take. As I softly count down from 10 to 1, before we relax into the story. And I'm sure that you have a good reason for wanting to have a good night's sleep. And you've probably had times in the past where having a good night's sleep would have helped. 10. And your mind can find its own way to relax in the magic of sleep. 9. And as your mind relaxes, so too can your body. Perhaps letting relaxation happen from the head down or the feet up, whatever feels more natural for you. 8. And while listening to this, it's okay to let that deeper part of yourself take over, the automatic process of falling asleep. 7. And while it does, you can say to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 6. Saying again to yourself, when I settle down to sleep, I'll ignore distractions and I'll have a healthy night's sleep. 5 deeper and deeper relaxed asleep. And when listening to this story, You don't have to do anything. You can listen along for a while or just drift straight to sleep. Whatever's most comfortable for you. Four. And as the process of sleep is an unconscious one, you can't consciously make yourself sleep. It's something you have to just let go of and allow to happen all by itself. Three. And sleep begins by closing the eyes and becoming very still and relaxed. Two. And gradually you can experience a gentle shift in consciousness as your brain slows down and you start to instinctively and automatically fall deeper and deeper asleep, just like toppling the first domino, and the rest takes care of itself. One. Now, as this bedtime story begins, over the next few minutes you can listen to as much or as little of the story as you like, as you drift asleep whenever feels right for you. And you're walking through some country woodland, crunching on the undergrowth, listening to the way that the leaves rustle in the trees, the way the dappled sunlight dances before you. And as you walk, you can smell that fresh woodland air, or hearing the distant sound of a woodpecker hammering gently on a tree, echoing through that woodland. The distant sound of a cuckoo calling out, and then a reply coming from elsewhere in the woodland. And you follow a woodland path, crunching through that undergrowth. The way the light shines on the different trees, catching in the slight dampness on the trunks of those trees. The toadstools growing out from some of those trees. The perfect place to shelter small animals. And while you continue walking, so you spy in the distance a deer frozen still mid-chew. just looking at you, watching you. Freezing to try to avoid detection. And so you slowly walk past, gazing over towards that deer, but doing your best to walk slow and steady, to avoid disturbing or scaring that deer. Breathing in a way that helps to communicate comfort to the deer. And once you've passed a certain distance, you notice at the corner of your eye the deer continue to chew. And relax its body and seem to go back to breathing again, and comfortably continuing what it was doing before you walked into its space. And while you continue walking, you notice the woodland opening up, with those trees spreading further apart. And the ground here, carpeted in the most incredible sight of bluebells delicately stretching up from the ground. And you follow a natural path among the bluebells to avoid stepping on any of those delicate small bells. And you can see a cabin in the distance, and that's where you're heading. And so you walk towards that cabin. But the path you have to follow weaves you around a little as you journey to the cabin. Following the path of 1,000 deer, until you find a path that crosses this path and heads back in the direction of the cabin. Just to make sure you're avoiding damaging any of the bluebells. Until you can exit this woodland into the slight clearing of the cabin, where you can look back and see the sea of bluebells stretching through the woodland, illuminated by an evening sun, casting a slight golden hue over those delicate bluey purple flowers, with that breeze rustling those leaves. And the underside of the clouds in the sky, illuminated with a slight lavender. And the grass in this slight clearing, waving gently, as if wafting the scent of the flowers towards you. and you head into the cabin, closing that wooden door behind you, placing your jacket down and taking your shoes off, making a warm and comfortable drink. Before sitting down in the living space, with Krusty the cat purring away on your lap. With one hand drinking the drink, the other hand delicately stroking the cat, while just gazing out of the window at the woodland illuminated by the setting sun. With the purring of the cat almost lulling you deeper and deeper into relaxation, as if your breathing is synchronizing with the rhythm of the cat. And with each sip of drink, you can feel that drink, the warm liquid, the steam rising up and tickling your nostrils and the underside of your eyes, and the liquid warming your mouth, flowing comfortably down your throat, and the warmth of that liquid emanating gently out towards your arms and down to your feet, deepening your relaxation. And every few mouthfuls, you place the cup down beside you, just gazing gently out the window, stroking the cat, feeling the cat's purring. Almost like a powerful, visceral feeling. And then while gazing out of the window, from time to time you find your eyes gently closing, as if you just want to drift inside your mind, deeper and deeper. And sometimes you think you've reopened your eyes, but find that you haven't, and so you have to open them. And other times you think your eyes are closed, and yet they're wide open. And the harder you try to keep those eyelids open, the more they want to close. Because you find you're becoming more relaxed, following that drink, resting in this cabin, listening to the muted sounds beyond the cabin, from the woodland, the gentle evening sounds starting up, the slight creak of the wood settling as the wind blows on the outside of the cabin. Watching the occasional leaf flutter past the window. And then the approaching moonlight rising over the horizon, bathing the landscape in a gentle silvery glow, tickling the tops of the trees that you can see through that window. That silvery glow creeping in to the window, into the cabin. Catching gently on a stained glass vase standing on the windowsill, illuminating the daffodils. That silvery glow almost seeming to carry the scent of those daffodils over to your nostrils, as if serving that scent up for you to enjoy. And the slight stained glass colours reflecting just behind that vase on the wall and the edge of the windowsill. And the light in the cabin only coming from the bounce light, from that moonlight. As your eyes fully close, and you find yourself drifting gently asleep in this chair, feeling so calm and relaxed. That hand automatically continuing to stroke for a little while, before even that hand comes to a halt, and the sound of the purring fills your awareness. There's a slight glow of moonlight through your closed eyelids. And you gradually stop being aware of your body as your mind drifts deeper and deeper into your own internal reverie, that own internal experience. And then out of the darkness of your mind comes the light of a spring day, and you find yourself in your mind having a sense of walking through the most beautiful meadow, rolling hills, waving grasses, birds, bees, butterflies, flitting from plant to plant, wildflowers dotted around. And you catch sight of an African swallow flying overhead, carrying a coconut. And you continue to watch that with some level of curiosity. Before it heads out of sight over some hills. You begin to walk through this meadow, descending the first hill. And as you descend, so you see a rabbit bouncing past on a pogo stick. Calling out that it's going to be late and seeming to be in such a hurry. And you begin to walk in the direction of that rabbit. You follow the pogo stick marks across the meadow. You find that those pogo stick marks seem to stop at a rabbit hole. But as you look into that rabbit hole, you find that the rabbit hole seems to be full of a dense purple fog, pulsating, glowing gently. You lean down and look closely into that rabbit hole. And the more you lean and the closer you look, the smaller and smaller you get. Until you find that you've leant so far into the hole, you've fallen in. And you tumble in cartwheels down that hole, so easily and effortlessly. Until you land in a heap at the base of this hole, on the softest ground. And as the purple fog clears, and you look down beneath you, you find that you seem to be sitting on a giant sponge cake. And with every subtle movement, the smell of that sponge cake wafts up to tickle your nose. And with it is a slight hint of orange and a slight zest that seems to twang at the roof of your nose. And you stand up and start to walk across that sponge cake. Each step slightly springy. And you look around you, and you see that you seem to be in an unusual landscape. The ground seems to be fully made of sponge cake. And this sponge cake seems to be decorated with green icing piped on top for the grass. Sugar flowers dotted around the top. A chocolate waterfall cascading down a cliff made of dense chocolate. A family of swans swimming along a chocolate stream, honking as they go. And while you walk and explore, you're approached by a cat in a polka dot dress, wearing something around their neck, something that looks so soft and delicate. And in a very friendly way, you approach that cat, and they appear a little awkward, unsure who you are. They have their hair plaited, hanging down behind each ear, and draped round, framing their face. Their whiskers gently curled at the tips. Their eyelashes curled. And they introduce themselves. And they say that perhaps you must be here for the party. The rabbit has just passed through, so they'll show you the way too. And you ask them about that delicate thing round their neck, saying it looks so soft and delicate, so well woven. And they say that it's a necklace. It's the most delicately woven lace. It's woven with the weave of a caterpillar that carefully weaves that together, taking the finest silk threads and imbuing those threads with a little bit of magic. And that magic helps to stimulate a little confidence. And you think they appear a little awkward, so perhaps the magic doesn't work. Or perhaps they're normally even more awkward than this. And you admire their necklace. They say that it's incredibly strong, despite being incredibly delicate. And that the caterpillars make it, and it has to be transported all the way from Patagonia to here. And it gets transported in the heart of a coconut, carried by an African swallow. And they show you towards the party. And you don't know what this party is. You've just kind of found yourself here. And are going along with the experience. And in the heart of this land is a large gingerbread thatched cottage. With the thatching seeming to be made of the finest sugar, woven into delicate threads. Like the most incredible candy floss. And you head in to this cottage. You're asked to place any gifts in the pile of gifts before walking through to the party in the back garden. And so you head through the property, past a giant bowl of punch, and out into the back garden. And in the back garden you see an unusual sight. You can see a giant hand in the sky, drawing a giant hand in the sky. You can see what looks like many steps leading from the end of the garden up into the sky. You can see people mixing and mingling on the steps and on platforms between the steps, with people walking up the same steps people are walking down at a different angle. Some people seemingly walking upside down from your perspective. And people at 90 degrees to each other. And you look around this garden. You see different guests here. And you assume that the key guest is the one dressed in the weirdest outfit. And so you head over towards them to introduce yourself, to find out what this party is about. And it's a tall, slim penguin dressed as a wizard, wearing a pointy wizard's hat. And you walk over towards them. You introduce yourself. You ask if it's their party. You apologize for intruding upon their party and say that you've just found yourself here. You were following a rabbit on a pogo stick. And they say, yes, that'll be Dave. He likes to hop around everywhere and seems to be going through this fad of doing so on a pogo stick, while all the others hop around on their legs. And you ask why the penguin's dressed like this. And they say that they love magic. and they like to dress as a wizard. They don't believe magic is real, but it's fun to pretend. And they say that you should go and mix and mingle. Once you start to walk around the garden, you go over to sit by a little campfire and find that the campfire is actually just warm sugar rising up into the air, crackling gently like popping candy, releasing little puffs of sugar. And above that campfire is a gingerbread bowl of bubbling hot chocolate with the strongest chocolatey scent. And with a ladle you pour out a bit of the hot chocolate into a cup and walk around drinking that hot chocolate. And the cup is made of unmeltable chocolate, so that once you've finished drinking the hot chocolate, you can dispose of the cup by eating it. And you walk around the garden. You walk towards the back of the garden. Begin to ascend those steps, walking past people at a 90-degree angle who are heading down the same step you're heading up, only stepping on the opposite step. And as you ascend, so you realize when you look back that you're now at an unusual angle to the ground, and yet perfectly fine, as if the ground is beneath your feet. And so to you, down is sideways to those on the ground. And you chat to a few different characters you meet at this party. Exploring these unusual steps. And the higher you walk, the closer you find yourself getting to the moon. And the moon here seems to be an unusual electric blue moon. And at the top of the steps is a hot air balloon. And you board that hot air balloon. And you release the string, and the balloon floats towards the moon. And as it reaches the moon, so you grab hold of the moon, and a bit of the moon breaks off in your hand. And you realize this moon tastes a little bit like Parma violets. An acquired taste for some. But when you try that little bit of the moon, your senses begin to shift. Those giant hands drawing each other begin to turn crusty and mottled. and everything around you changes. And it all begins to look like an oil painting, as if some higher power was painting everything around you, painting over what's there with a new vision of what could be. And the moon shifts and changes. And that hot air balloon turns into a boat. The boat that's bobbing gently on a vast, calm blue ocean. The most beautiful tropical sea with a distant tropical island. The sound of this oil painting blue sea wafting against the underside of this boat as it drifts towards that sandy tropical island. And gradually slides up onto the golden sand. Like a paintbrush sliding across a canvas, softly coming to rest there as you disembark that boat. The gentle crunching sound of stepping onto that golden sand. The softness of the sand. And walking around this tropical beach, looking behind you, out over the view of that tropical sea. The moon now on the horizon, casting its glow across the water. Pinpoints of stars flickering and undulating in the sky. The stars seeming to almost swirl around you, forming different shapes and patterns, almost hypnotic, drawing you into wanting to sit down and rest on this beach. As orbs form, grow, and fade away. And those waves lap so gently, so calm on the shore. And you feel yourself laying back and resting here. The temperature of the air here, so comfortable. You find your eyes closing. You have a sense of drifting deeper and deeper asleep. And your mind wandering through space and time to a deeper time. Hearing the sound of a gently crackling fire, feeling the warmth from that fire as it caresses your cheeks, hearing the mumble of people milling around, and then calmly opening your eyes and seeing before you some ancient people using paints on cave walls to paint pictures of the night sky, to smear images of the landscape, to draw almost stick figures of the animals, of themselves, and their place within this landscape. And the way the firelight dances around the cave walls, and they glance over at you, but seem to almost not pay you any attention at all, just accepting you're there, like one of their own, resting by the fire. And you look around and look up at the night sky here, and you listen to the distant sound of crickets. And you feel deeply relaxed. And you watch as these people use their drawings to plan what they'll be doing tomorrow. And you see the way they're moving along from one drawing to another, as if working out what to do on different days. And you stand up and you walk around, and you talk to different people. One explains they're planning for a hunt. One explains they're preparing for foraging. Another invites you to come and see where they keep the baby plants, and they show you to their plant nursery. They tell you that they nurture these plants. They grow these plants up. And once these plants are big enough and strong enough, they use those bigger, stronger plants to plant them in their own nursery, to nurture them and grow them up. And the cycle continues. And something about this place feels like daytime is approaching. And so you walk towards that daytime. And the more you walk towards that daytime, the more you find yourself aware of the purring cat. And then aware of being in that cabin, and opening your eyes in the cabin, in the dark, the moonlight having moved across the sky a little further, no longer shining that silvery light in through the window. You carefully place the cat on the floor. You head through to the bedroom. You settle down in the bedroom, wrapping yourself up so comfortably to begin to fall asleep. And while you start to fall asleep here in bed, you imagine that you've just walked out the back of a farm on the most beautiful moonlit evening. And you've walked out to the fields, and you can smell that fresh evening air. Notice the stillness of the air, the fresh scent of wildlife, the flowers, the gentle bleat of sheep, the sight of sheep, some sleeping and some awake, filling a field, and the way the silvery moonlight almost seems to make the white backs of the sheep glow against the dark backdrop. And you head over to the field. You rest your elbows on a post on the side of the field, resting your head on your hands, and just slowly and gently counting those sheep. 1, 2, finding that with each count, your eyes want to blink shut, but you open your eyes for the next count. At each sheep you count, your eyes want to shut deeper and deeper. 3, 4, 5, the landscape being as dark as coal, only the sheep gently illuminated. As you count those sheep, 6, 7, 8, each time seeming to struggle a little harder to open your eyes between each count. 9, even when you try really hard to ignore what's happening, those eyes just want to shut, and the harder you try to ignore what's happening, the more those eyes shut. And the more those eyes shut and the harder you try, the deeper and deeper asleep you feel yourself going, almost like drifting deeply into the most pleasant reverie, the kind of reverie where you perhaps begin to fight it at first, before in vain, giving in and accepting the most comfortable night's sleep. 10, 11, 12. Curious how many sheep will be in the field, but knowing that something about it means you won't stop counting those sheep until your eyes are no longer open or all the sheep have been counted. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, as if time slows down and your eyes get heavier and heavier, and your mind becomes like a pool of water on a windless day. As you gaze into that pool of water and notice the way light reflects and refracts, and bends as it passes through the water, and feeling yourself reaching into a pocket and finding in that pocket a key, and realizing it's the key to sleep. And seeing before you in your mind's eye what looks like a keyhole, and placing the key in the keyhole, and with a click and a clunk, turning that key and hearing it, altering the mechanism, and then hearing what sounds like ticking and tocking, and gears gently whirring, like a clock starting up. And then seeing in the night sky the stars taking on the form of numbers, the stars coalescing into 10, 9, your awareness fading, perhaps before you realize it, or maybe only discovering your awareness has faded after it's happened, but really trying to focus on what will happen when those numbers have counted all the way down. 8, 7, the stars taking the shape of 6, and 5, 4, 3, all the way, 2, 1, and as those stars form one, so you find you've won, making it to one as the stars fade, as the sky fades, as the view around you fades, as you find yourself in a place of nothingness, a place where thought fades, like turning down the sound on a TV set, like turning off the picture where there's no up nor down, no left nor right, no back nor forth, just nothing. No echoes, no sound without or within, nothing to see here or there. And then before you in this place of nothingness, a golden candlestick emerges out of the nothing with a gentle flame flickering on top. As you watch that flame flickering softly, the wax of the candle melting and running gloopily down that candlestick and dripping into the nothingness. And with each drip, you instinctively find yourself sleeping deeper and more profound. You find something about that candle burning down and the time it takes to burn down softens your mind, calms your body, stimulates deep, recuperative sleep. And when the last of the wax has dripped away, so the flame goes out, and you know tomorrow you're here specifically to go looking for that thing you're most grateful for. And you know you're going to find it. But you had to come here to explore there. But you know you need this deep, comfortable, recuperative sleep first. The sleep that's only possible in this magical cabin, deep in this woodland. Where you can access a harmonic resonance with your inner self in a way you unlikely fully understand, because you can only understand it by discovering it through experience. And with that flame flickering out and darkness, the most comfortable, relaxing, calming darkness setting in around you, you drift through the most pleasant dreams, updating old patterns in new ways. Making changes that you'll discover in the most pleasant of ways and the most unexpected ways, where those pleasant changes happen and you don't know about it until they do. While making those changes at a deep, comfortable level through your mind and body. And healing within yourself, ready for tomorrow. And drifting deeply and profoundly asleep into Slumberland, and swimming under the sea. The teddy bear's fur is flowing in the water. Bubbles are rising up from its breathing equipment. There's a distant sound of some singing humpback whales. Time seems to be running slow. The light shimmering through the surface as the waves roll overhead. and everything seems to be moving in slow motion. And that teddy bear descends deeper and deeper, swimming down towards the white sand on the ocean floor. Its legs kicking slow and gently, with the flippers waving with each kick. And as it nears the ocean floor, so the movement of the flippers stirs up the sand behind the teddy bear. And the teddy bear reaches down, runs a paw through that soft sand. And swims along towards a small area of rocks. Those grey rocks with patches of green mottled across them. Some fronds of seaweed anchored on the rocks, stretching up and waving as the sea moves back and forth, while the waves move overhead. And swimming around those rocks, suddenly spying what looks almost like a large field of coral. A dense patch of sea life. With colourful fish swimming in shoals and darting among that coral. Some of the coral seeming to gently move within the water, and other sea life, so colourful, just waving with the current. And bubbles rising from the breathing apparatus with every out-breath that the teddy makes. And then swimming down through the coral towards an area of water which seems a little lower than the sandy sea floor, that seems to be reflective in a different way, almost like a mirror laid on the sea floor. But it's actually just a different layer of water at a different temperature, with a different salinity. And the teddy dives down through that mirrored water. And while passing through that mirrored water, so the sound seems to soften and quieten a little further, as if the transition between the two layers of water interrupts the whale song, the gentle sound of the waves moving overhead, the other sounds within the ocean And the teddy unclips a torch from his belt, turns that torch on, and swims down deeper and deeper, swimming into a cave. And the teddy knows this is only a short cave. It's only a short dive until being able to exit from under the water. But they have to dive deep, and they swim down, pushing forward deeper and deeper as it gets darker and darker. The light of the torch making shadows dance around the cave walls, until some distance down, it's as if the cave is beginning to curve back up again, and the torch illuminates the underside of the surface of this water that's incredibly still. And the teddy pops up through that surface, walks out of the water and into this underwater cave, into this dry area. And there's a slight echo within this cave, the occasional dripping sound. And the teddy looks bedraggled and much thinner than normal, with its fur wet and sticking to its body. And it takes off the swimming goggles and the breathing apparatus and the tanks from its back. And then jiggles around, violently shaking its belly, and its head and its arms and then its legs, shaking off as much water as it can. Until it looks like a puffball, and then tries to smooth down its fur a little, dabs its paws in some water, just to apply a little bit of water to help smooth its fur down and neaten its fur out a bit, until it's happy with its appearance. And then picks the torch up again and begins to navigate through this cave. And as the teddy navigates through this quiet cave, it knows what it's looking for, and it knows that it'll know when it's found it. And this cave looks like it was once an ancient lava tube that has somehow managed to remain dry, with the water never quite making it up, filling this tube. But there's also a slight warmth to this cave, a very comfortable, calming warmth. And its soft, furry feet pad so gently along the cave floor, barely making any sound at all. And after some time, following this passageway, this passageway begins to turn and deepen, and they follow that passageway deeper and deeper. Feeling the stillness of the air, and that comfortable warmth. And the way the light dances on the cave walls, until at the end of the passageway, is what looks like a shimmering portal. And it's a jasmine-looking portal. Shimmering, pulsating, with a slight hint of electric, and a very slight hum. And the teddy walks towards that portal, stops just before the portal, takes a deep, comfortable breath, and then walks through the portal, finding themselves at night time in a desert-like landscape. There's sparse, hardy vegetation. The air is cool and the sky is clear. The stars dancing overhead. Cactus towering around them. And in the distance, a tall metal structure with a bulbous top, humming and sparking with electric. That electric dancing up into the sky. Running its fingers through the desert landscape. Clouds seeming to spark into existence around the forks of lightning. And the teddy walks towards that structure and can see that at the base of the structure is a small white building. And they can see those beams of electricity striking all around them as they carefully follow their torchlight, illuminating the desert ground, hoping that those sparks of electric continue to strike anywhere else but where they're walking. And they walk all the way to the structure. They carefully open the door into the structure. And inside the structure, in the heart of a machine, they see a tall, slim man with a drawn, long face and wide, friendly eyes, engrossed in his work. and they get the man's attention. He turns off the structure, walks out of the machine and comes over to the teddy, and seems a little surprised to see a teddy bear walking and talking. And the teddy explains where they're from, a different reality. And they're a scientist from their reality. But something was impacting their reality, was beginning to tear holes in the reality. And they had worked out what it was. And so they had to find their way to the source. And they became aware of a bubble, and that they had to cross the boundary of that bubble. And they'd worked out the coordinates for that bubble. And so now, here the teddy is. And so they introduce themselves. And the man introduces himself. He says that his name is Tesla. He's something of an inventor. And he believes that electricity and electromagnetism is the answer to all the world's problems. And understanding electromagnetism is the way to understand the universe. And that he's developing technologies to harness electromagnetism. And so much more. And the teddy explains that while he's powering his machine, it is doing some of what he says, but it's creating a rift between the two worlds, and tears are appearing within his world. And they'd managed to track the pattern of tears and probe those tears, which was the first they'd learned that there's a multiverse, that there's more than one reality, and that they kind of overlay each other, all at different frequencies, unseen by the others. And that there's now developing a permanent bubble, expanding. And that's what they'd passed through to get here. And they're concerned that if he carries on doing what he's doing, he might tear the fabric of reality. And if two realities are in the same location, they don't know what the consequences of that might be. What could happen if those tears turn into giant rips through the fabric of space and time? And in a very thoughtful way, Tesla sits at a table, head resting in a hand, eyes gazing up at an angle, chin on the fingers, one lip curled slightly up and the brow furrowed, and the ears slightly pulled back in thought, and his eyes seeming to almost glaze over, and the teddy just watches as Tesla becomes incredibly still. And the teddy watches more, and then moves round in front of Tesla, waves a paw in front of Tesla's eyes, looks very closely into Tesla's eyes, trying to work out what's going on. But Tesla's just there like a statue. And then after many minutes, it's as if someone had just suddenly turned Tesla back on. He jumps to life, leaps up from his desk, and says, "That's it. I know what I have to do. I know the answer." And the teddy is curious what's just happened. And Tesla explains that he's got this ability. He can create things in his mind that are so real that they're indistinguishable from reality. He can build things in his mind, and he can take all the time he needs to do so, as time in his mind can change and slow, so that a year of time in his mind could perhaps last just a minute of real-world time. And so he can start an experiment. He can build an invention. He can see it through. He can make adjustments. He can see when it fails, and then look at why it failed. He can run a machine for hundreds of years until it breaks and stops working. And then he can take that broken machine apart in his mind. He can look at the cogs, he can look at the parts to it. He can see which parts failed, and learn from that, and then look at how he can avoid that from happening with a real machine. And so he's just gone into his mind and taken all the time he's needed to find a solution to the problem, where he can build his device, but have it so that it doesn't affect other realities. But then he thought, what if he refined his device? And instead of trying to create something right now that will give the planet unlimited energy, drawing in the energy from the Earth and from the Earth's magnetic field, and channeling that so that it can be used, giving free energy to everyone on the planet. What if instead he channeled something to a point and just created a single portal to this other realm? Then it wouldn't rip space and time anywhere else. And it wouldn't be so haphazard. Just a single portal from point A to point B. He told the teddy bear, "You'll be able to go back much easier than you came here. And maybe we can learn and work together sharing knowledge across the realms. He explained how there are some who are keen to see his inventions fail, because all he's trying to do is create something that will be helpful and free. And so with the teddy bear they work on altering his device. And they work through the whole night, working into the next morning. They stop and rest for a while before continuing on in the heat of the day desert, until eventually Tesla says that the invention's ready and it's time for a first test. And he decides to gradually increase the power. And so he turns the device on. It whirs to life. Purple, sparkling, begins to form around the device. Crackling electricity arcs its way up and down the machine. A beam of mist seems to emanate from the device. And before them, what looks like a portal begins to form. Only this portal, as it increases in strength, can be seen to have shifting images within it, as if every subtle frequency touches on a slightly different reality, and they become aware there isn't just the two realities. There may well be an almost infinite number of realities, all with very close frequencies. And so Tesla shuts the machine down for a moment and investigates to try and work out the exact frequency the original machine was at. And he works out the frequency it was at to a very, very, very fine decimal place, before powering the machine back up again, but this time focusing just on that incredibly narrow frequency. And once the machine's at that narrow frequency, and the portal is forming and stabilizing, Tesla increases the power while keeping the frequency the same. And the portal seems to strengthen. And the teddy can see through the portal that it looks like their land. And so they head towards the portal. They say that they'll investigate and check it out. They head through the portal, and the landscape looks like theirs. The night sky through that portal looks like their night sky. And so they head back to Tesla. They confirm that that frequency is their land. And Tesla asks, "Are you curious to check out some of those other places, some of those different realities. And obviously the teddy is. And so Tesla powers it up again, adjusts the frequency until he sees a reality forming, and then strengthens that portal on this reality, and notes down what the frequency is for this reality, and says that the teddy can go through, investigate, discover what they can in this reality before reporting back on what this reality is like. And so the teddy bear heads through that portal, and this reality has a jungle, the sound of jungle birds, the rustling of the leaves overhead, the gentle dripping of rain within this jungle, and they walk through the undergrowth, crunching their way through the leaves, weaving around trees. Some of the plants catching softly in their fur, before heading out into a slight clearing, and the sound of gently flowing water. And on a rock in this clearing is a gorilla with its legs crossed, its arms resting in its lap, palms up, its eyes closed, incredibly still. And so the teddy bear approaches very quietly, wanting to talk to this gorilla, but also not wanting to disturb them. And as they approach, so they feel like the gorilla is in their mind, like there's a deep, booming voice in their mind, asking them to stop, wait, asking them who they are. And the teddy bear thinks about the answers, while still walking closer and closer to the gorilla, coming round the side of the gorilla. Then the gorilla opens its eyes, moves its head very slowly, methodically, and introduces themselves. They say that they're Albert Ross. They're a monk. They come here to meditate, to find peace and calm, to learn to focus on the spaces between each particle of water. And the teddy explains why they're there. And they explain about Tesla and his device that can carve through realities, creating portals from one space to another. And this gorilla monk says, but isn't that just what all the old books have taught? You don't need technology to do that. You've got an electromagnetic device within you that can be focused on the frequencies to do it without technology. And they describe a technique of meditation that allows you to be seated in one location while synchronizing the electromagnetic frequencies of the brain on transforming and transferring your consciousness through space and time to another location. And so although it isn't transferring you as a full physical being, it's transcending that and understanding you don't need to go there as a physical being. Once you're there, you can form your consciousness into something physical in that location. And then once you release that essence of you that appears physical dissipates, and your consciousness reconnects with you, where your genuine body is. And so the teddy bear sits down beside the gorilla, and the gorilla teaches them this technique, and they steady their mind. They listen to the gorilla's voice. That's it. Just let yourself go all the way deeper and deeper into the experience. Focus on the sound of the flowing water, the bubbling sound, being aware that the bubbling is just multiple sounds mixed together. And so focus between the bubbles on that space until you can hear just a single wave passing down the stream, and follow the sound of that single wave as it passes down the stream. And while focusing on that single wave, begin to focus on a small part of that wave, and then narrow that focus down deeper and deeper until you're focusing on just one drop of water, and imagine riding that drop of water along the stream, aware that that water is held together because of its own electromagnetism. And focus on deeper and deeper until you're riding on the waves, within the water droplet, until you're riding on the waves of a particle. And be aware of how, as you get closer to those waves and you ride deeper on the waves of that particle, that those waves become a sea of possibility. And as a sea of possibility, there's a possibility that that wave you're riding on isn't even here. Because at a fundamental level, a part of every wave is everywhere, here and there, and you can flow with that and notice how every wave is a seed of consciousness, and so you can ride on consciousness, piggybacking on that consciousness, following that consciousness to a wave in another realm, and riding the tip of that wave up to the crest, up to the particle, to the water droplet, finding yourself emerging in a new reality. And as you practice this and your consciousness connects on that fundamental quantum level, because you're connecting and tuning in to the consciousness of reality, you can follow that consciousness in a non-conscious kind of way, instinctively to the reality you'd like to seek. Because that consciousness, that fundamental nature of reality, is timeless and permeates all of reality. And it takes no time to get from here to any other reality or anywhere within this reality. Every point is the same point when you tune in deep enough. And the teddy bear finds their consciousness drifting, floating, sinking deeper and deeper into the experience. They feel themselves drifting into that water droplet, spreading out through all reality. Riding on the wings of a maple leaf as it floats down and rests gently on the grass. As they see in this reality the most unusual sight, waves in the clouds, what looks like a giant manta ray gracefully swimming through the sky. Almost as if it's swimming in slow motion, feeling almost like they're underwater, and yet looking around them, they can see trees, they can see grass, they can see a stream. But there's the sight of a humpback whale breaching through the clouds, splashing down on its back in the cloud tops, the clouds rippling out. The whale swimming beneath the clouds, its song resonating, reverberating through this land. that ray swimming so gracefully. Giant pearls lying in the landscape, light glistening through them, making the outside of the pearls almost look like they're coated in a fine oil. What looks like a giraffe, but with a short neck and a long nose and wide hips, ambling through the landscape, munching on the tops of bushes and shrubs. The sight of hummingbirds with exceptionally long tongues, poking those tongues into elongated flowers while they hover, buzzing away before flying off. And some pearls still contained within giant oysters, resting almost like they're resting on a cushion of the softest velvet within an open oyster. And the teddy bear looks around with intrigue at this most unusual place. And they follow their consciousness through this place, heading north to see more of this landscape. And as they approach the north pole of this place, they see polar bear pulsing with the colours of the northern lights. They hear the whistle of the wind through the snow, the coolness of this place. And they head into a cave here among the snow. The low drone of the wind rumbling down that cave. And deep within the cave, the air begins to warm. And as the air warms, so they find a pool of gently rippling water. And resting the far side of this pool of gently rippling water is a mermaid sitting on the shoreline, its tail hanging into the water, moving its tail gently under the surface, those ripples gently rolling out. And the mermaid talks so friendly and in an almost enchanting way to the teddy bear. As the teddy bear walks around to them, and while walking around to them, the teddy bear notices the way the mermaid's skin is almost pearlescent, almost sparkling in the low light, as if it's emitting a very gentle amount of light. And the mermaid confirms that its skin does emit a gentle amount of light, just enough to help it see with its large eyes. While swimming deep under the ocean, where very little light pierces through the layers above. And the teddy bear is curious why a mermaid is sat here with a pool of water if it comes from the ocean. And the mermaid explains that this pool of water is a deep shaft that leads down towards the centre of the planet, where a giant ocean resides. And that giant ocean in the centre of the planet has tunnels that lead out to all the planet's oceans, and has tunnels that lead out to similar places like caves like this. And after the teddy bear learns a little more about this landscape, this reality here, they use their consciousness to find their way back to Tesla, who's surprised to see them not come through the portal. They explain to Tesla that on their exploration, they met a gorilla who taught them you don't need technology to traverse realms. You already have a device within you that can do that perfectly well. And that's what they have been able to do. And they say that although they're here, they're not really here. This is like a projection of their consciousness. And then they disappear and open their eyes sat near the gorilla. They thank the gorilla for teaching them this skill. The gorilla says they can come back any time if they want to learn more, like how to communicate from mind to mind. This is just the first of many skills. And they head back through the portal, back to Tesla. And Tesla closes the portal. They explain to Tesla how to do this traversing the different realms, almost psychically rather than physically. And Tesla wonders about consciousness, whether it would be possible to transcend the body when the time is needed, to keep that consciousness travelling after the body has gone and isn't there to come back to. And they decide they'll make that something of a mission, something that could be helpful to humanity to learn. And Tesla then turns the machine on, opens the portal for the teddy bear to go back to their own reality. The teddy bear crosses through to their own reality. The portal closes behind them, And they now just have to find their way back from here to where they need to go. And so to find their way back, to work out exactly where they are, they sit down, cross their legs, rest their paws in their lap. They drift deeper and deeper into that meditation. They spread their awareness out among this reality. They focus their consciousness on finding the boat they travelled here from. They then work out where that boat is in relation to where they are. And as that conscious self, they make themselves physical by the boat. They then focus on their diving gear. That physical body disperses and then reforms where their diving gear is. They realize that they can't defocus and take the diving gear with them. So they decide to put the diving gear on. And as consciousness, they swim back through that cave, back through that mirrored water, swimming across that white sand. They swim past a delicate seahorse hanging gently onto a frond of waving seaweed. They swim through a shoal of fish. They enjoy how slow time seems to be here underwater, the distant sound of the whales ascending up to the boat, climbing out onto the boat. And they pilot that boat to the shore. And instead of making their usual journey all the way back home, they make the journey to where their physical self is. Before disappearing, being there just as that physical self, and then finally being able to journey home with all their belongings, all their learning. And once home, they write up their report of everything they learned that they need to pass on to the other scientists. And before going to bed, they decide to make part of their new bedtime routine practicing meditation and practicing that technique of Tesla's of being able to create such a realistic inner world that they can test ideas and take those ideas and the ones that work when they've practiced and tested. They can then implement those ideas. And so every night, they spend a little time practicing Tesla's technique. They spend a little time meditating. And that stillness it causes in their mind means that with no effort at all, when they go to bed, they settle down. And as soon as their head touches the pillow, they always easily and effortlessly, and for the whole night, drift and float so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into Slumberland. And the mountains were howling with wind, with snow whipping its way around a tiny mongoose as it trekked and trudged through the mountain pass, feeling its fur bristle in the breeze, its goggles buffeted by large snowflakes, its ears kept warm under some over-ear earmuffs, a red scarf wrapped around its neck, waving behind it in the wind, its long coat flapping at the seams, its boots trudging through that snow as it pushes on and climbs higher and higher, following this mountain pass that's barely visible, being able to only see white, no idea of what time of day it is, just pushing on one step at a time. And each step through this landscape feels like 10 steps through a meadow. And while walking through this landscape, the mongoose finds their mind wandering and drifting, almost distracting themselves, so their body carries on walking, while their mind is elsewhere. In the same way that someone can be driving from A to B, and they safely make it from the start to the finish, but perhaps were lost in thought for the journey. But a part of them knows how to make the journey safely. And so the mongoose trudges on, while their mind drifts and dreams, dreaming of warmer locations, just letting their body travel step by step. The snow deepening the higher they walk, that snow being up around their waist as they leave a trail behind them, pushing on, crunching through that snow. Until eventually they notice a slight change in the sound of the wind ahead. And realize they're approaching a cave, somewhere they can hopefully get out of this snow. And as they keep pushing forward, eventually they see a slight dark shape getting larger and larger through the white of the snowfall. And the closer they get, the darker the shape gets and the larger it gets, until eventually they arrive at that cave. They enter the mouth of the cave, hearing the whistling sound of the wind wrapping itself into that cave, circling around and finding its way back out again. And they take a moment to sit down, take some deep and comfortable breaths, and allow themselves to relax, to compose themselves. As the sound of the wind is quieter in here, and they light a small fire and rest by that fire, eating some food and having a drink, and just watching those flames of the fire create dancing light and shadows around the cave walls. And the warmth of the fire, soothing their bristling fur, and their fur softening, and the snow on them melting gently. And after resting and eating for a while, with that blizzard continuing on outside the cave, they decide to follow the cave and head deeper and deeper into the mountains, and find their way through the mountains. And so they pick up a bit of wood from the fire, and they carry that torch as they walk deeper and deeper into this mountain, following the cave. The sound of the wind gradually fading the further they travel, the air becoming still, and just a distant, low rumble from the wind buffeting the mountains. And as they continue walking, so the sound quietens enough that they can hear each footstep they take and the way the footsteps reverberate gently off the cave walls. The occasional distant dripping sound, and they walk further down these passages, deeper into the mountainside. And the caves twist and turn and split into multiple paths, and so as not to get lost, once they come to the first split in the caves, they take their scarf off. They unthread the scarf slightly and attach that thread to one location, and just let the scarf unravel as they follow a series of routes. And any time they backtrack to take a different path, they gather up the thread of the scarf to the point they head in a different direction and let it unfurl in this new location. And they follow one series of routes to a dead end, backtrack to the last turning, take the other turning, follow that until it reaches a dead end, backtrack to the last turning, then follow that until it reaches a dead end. And over many, many hours, in a very methodical and relaxed way, they work their way through all the different options until they eventually find their way through this mountain to a large chamber in the heart of the mountain. And they're still trying to make their way all the way through. But this chamber intrigues them. They can see that there's a stream running through this chamber and weaving its way down, most likely to come out somewhere the other side of the mountain. And they head over to that stream. And as they get near to the source of the stream, so they can feel the ground has a very slight warmth to it. And they can see the water gently bubbling up and then flowing along that stream. And as they touch the water delicately, they feel that it's ice cold, that it's probably just about being warmed and melting and then seeping through and then rising up at this point. And they gather up some of that water to carry with them on their journey. Before following this stream, and they crouch down as they follow the stream through a path that it's likely created itself over millions and millions of years, weaving between slightly weaker parts of the rock, maybe seeping into cracks, perhaps even freezing at times, expanding the cracks and then thawing and flowing and repeating the process. And they follow their way along this stream until they start to hear the distant sound, that low rumble of wind. But as they get closer, they find that this stream ends at a waterfall, pouring down into a small lake still within the mountain. And they abseil down the side of that waterfall. The cold water spraying on them as they go. The droplets of water hanging on the edge of their fur. As they touch down on the cave floor here, and when they turn around, they realize what the rumbling sound was. That it wasn't the rumbling sound of the distant wind on the far side of the mountain. The whole far side wall of this chamber seems to have silver liquid metal that looks like flowing mercury tumbling down the wall and passing down a fissure beneath that liquid metal, going somewhere deeper under this chamber. And they walk closer to that rumbling, flowing liquid metal. And they can see themselves, a perfect reflection, looking back at themselves. With just the occasional slight flicker where the metal changes density very slightly as it flows, just revealing that it's moving liquid rather than a static mirror. And while they think about how they're going to get out of this chamber, they light a fire to boil that water they'd gathered. To make sure that water is safe to drink. And this chamber is gently glowing as light manages to shine in through ice. And the walls seem to almost be coated in faint blue crystals. And that little amount of light is enhanced, reflecting off this liquid metal. And as the water boils, they then take it off the fire. They leave that to cool down for a bit. And while it's cooling, they just sit and rest, thinking about their way ahead. They can still continue following this stream. It flows through this cavern, along near this liquid metal, and out of this chamber. And when the water has cooled down, they pour it back into its container, take a few sips of that water, and as they do, so everything around them seems to shift. everything becomes much quieter. The water flowing past them quietens down until it stops making any noise at all. And as they look at it, they see that the water has stopped flowing. And the rumbling of the flowing liquid metal has ceased. And they find the liquid metal has stopped flowing. And then everything is beginning to go dark. And the fire stands still. They find that even the light has stopped moving. And as everything starts to go dark, they can see the reflection of this space in that liquid metal and see that that isn't going dark as fast as the chamber. And although everything is coming to a standstill, they can look around, they can move, they can walk, they can think. So they seem to be able to still move despite everything else grinding to a halt. And they walk towards that reflection of themselves. And they watch the reflection of themselves walking back towards them. And they reach out with a wooden spoon, touching the liquid metal. Only the spoon passes straight through that metal. The metal doesn't part around the spoon. And as they move that spoon at a slight angle, they see a spoon at a slight angle poking back in their direction. And they realize the reflection is passing through into the chamber. And so they move forward. And closing their eyes, they step into the liquid metal. And as they open their eyes, they find they're in the chamber, only now it's better illuminated than the one they've come from. And they turn around and they can see themselves in the reflection behind them, as if what's behind them is the mirror image. And they realize they've changed places with themselves. And yet that mirror image is doing everything that they do. And so they don't know if they're the ones moving around, and that is just a mirror image of them, copying them. Or if the mirror image is the one moving around, And perhaps they're the one that's copying the mirror image. If that mirror image is now the one out in the real world. And they wonder if there'll be any way to tell if your mirror image is copying you. And then you step into the mirror and your mirror image steps into the real world. Which one is the one making the actions? And which one is the one copying? And is there a way to tell? And they wonder what this place is like here. Everything here is much lighter, and yet everything is stopped, just like where they've come from. And they head over and they start making their journey back the way they came. They head up the side of the waterfall. They head along the edge of the water, back to that chamber. And they work their way slowly and carefully to head out to see what the mountainside looks like here. And as they head out onto the mountainside, the snow hangs in the sky, the particles only parting as they brush through them. The air is still, but there's more of a glow of light here. And as they walk through the snow here, not feeling any temperature, not hot but not cold, there's no sound of the footsteps trudging through the snow. And yet the snow is compacting. And they continue to explore this side of the mountain. And with the blizzard stopped, it's much easier for them to walk this side than the previous climb they had. And they head all the way down to the foot of the mountain. They walk into the forest. Still no sound. They see a small mushroom house in this forest. A door in the side of the house, some glowing windows, a small chimney, and a wisp of static smoke. And they head towards that house. They knock on the door, only their knocking doesn't make a sound. They open the door and say hello. Only their voice feels muted. They can hear themselves saying hello, but it's as if their voice doesn't travel beyond their mouth. And they see, stood in the middle of this room, a fairy, motionless. And they walk around that fairy. And in the right light, its wings seem to work like prisms, the light reflecting and splitting as it passes through. And they reach out and gently touch that fairy on the side of the arm, hoping to get the attention of the fairy, being very tentative and unsure. And with that, the fairy very, very slowly begins to move, and so they jump back a little. And the fairy moves more and more, until their wings are buzzing and they start walking and looking around, and they're startled at the sight of the mongoose. And the mongoose reassures them, says they don't really know what's going on. They knocked, the knock wasn't heard. And so they came in and found that fairy frozen in time and space. And the fairy now also notices that the fire in the fireplace isn't burning, but it also isn't out. It looks like it's mid-burn. She heads outside of her home, looks back at her home and can see the wisp of smoke sitting above the chimney. Snowflakes hanging in the sky. The lack of sound of rustling leaves. And the mongoose says they've no idea what happened. They're in an unusual cave. There was a liquid metal wall. They drank some drink that came from the stream that was passing through the mountain. And with drinking the drink, time seemed to stop. And it was almost like the liquid metal became a portal to a mirror world. But for some reason, although they've touched the snow, and they've touched other things as they've walked, and they touched the door to try and knock, it's only when they touched the fairy that the fairy unfroze too. And the fairy explained perhaps it's because they're a magical being, and so maybe touching them triggered their magic and released them from this frozen time. That's just a hypothesis. And the mongoose said they probably should get back and pass back through, back to their own time and space. But they don't know if they're going to be able to restart time. They also don't know what'll happen if time restarts while they're here in this mirror universe. Will they be stuck here while their mirror self takes their place in their reality? And where is that mirror self? Has it walked through their reality, replicating the journey they've made? They don't think that the two realities are identical because they're pretty sure there was no fairy house in the forest near the mountain when they were climbing in their reality. And the fairy said that they can help to answer some of these questions. And they travelled with the mongoose deeper into the forest. And they went to a cabin in the heart of this forest. And the fairy felt there was no point knocking because the knock would never be heard. They walked into the building. Against the back wall they could see a grandfather clock. And this cabin seemed empty, like no one has been here for a very long time. And the fairy went over to the grandfather clock, touched the side of the grandfather clock, and with that, the clock started going tick, tock, tick, tock. The pendulum of the clock started swinging left and right. The hands gently started moving. And as that clock got up to time, the fairy said she'd like to speak with Father Time. And the clock transformed, and a kindly elderly man with the friendliest of eyes and the whitest of beards appeared in place of that grandfather clock. And she explained the situation. And Father Time shared what the mongoose needed to do and explained about that liquid being healing water, and that healing water freezes time, giving time to make a change and for healing to occur. And explain that the liquid metal is magic, and it's a portal created between worlds. But it's a portal that can only be crossed when the liquid isn't flowing. The mirror needs to be static. And so they're in the right place and the right time to come here, and they can find their way back. But to start time again, they're going to have to drink a different liquid. They're going to have to drink the reverse liquid to the one they drunk before. But if they drink that liquid, they need to make sure they're in the right place and time before they do. And so the mongoose heads back with the fairy, back past the fairy's home, finds their way back, up and into the mountain. They gather up some of the water from this side of the mountain. They take that water through to the far side, to the other side of the portal. They then drink some of that water, and as they drink, so time begins to return, along with the sound of the flowing water, the thunder of the liquid metal, and they then carry both types of water with them. The water that freezes time, and the water they gathered that starts time. They know they won't be able to gather any more water that starts time unless they happen to be here in the mountain. And so they know they have to be sparing if they decide to use the water freezing time, because they don't want to run out of the water to unfreeze time. And they continue to follow the stream until eventually, after a long walk, they exit on the far side of the mountain, and the stream is flowing down almost thunderously on this side of the mountain. And they climb carefully down the mountain, heading into the forest on this side. And it's as if all that strong wind and the storm is contained the other side of the mountain range. And this side's much warmer. And as they head into the forest, so they notice the warmth in the air, their fur puffing up in the condensation as they walk along like a puffball, carrying all the equipment they used to keep warm on the mountain, along with all their supplies. And they walk through this forest, the towering trees, climbing over roots, crunching across leaves, the rustling of the branches as the wind blows a gentle breeze across the tops of the trees. The occasional slither of sunlight weaving its way down to the forest floor, carving out its mark as it goes. And after a long walk, they feel it's time to stop and rest. And they set up a tent, and they zip themselves into that tent. The canvas wafting gently in the breeze. the shadows of slightly dancing leaves. And it's so much cooler in this tent than the humidity outside of the tent. And they have something to eat before resting down and drifting peacefully asleep. And while they fall asleep, so they ponder their experience to this point, their thought ideas around who was doing what, them or their mirror selves. And as they snooze, they drift through different dreams and thoughts of times long ago. Of times with family, at an old school sports day, doing an egg and spoon race, trying to balance that egg so delicately on the spoon while running. Of a three-legged race with a friend of theirs, and the coordination required to run fast, with both of you having a leg tied together, drifting through thoughts and dreams of encountering that fairy and Father Time, with that seeming almost impossible now, and even questioning whether the experience was real, once logically thinking about it, then drifting deeper and deeper, almost like resting on the swing on a porch, rocking gently to sleep. Into a dreamless sleep, a sleep with a very still mind, with no thoughts at all, like a perfectly smooth lake, where you can get your head right down to the water. You can look for miles across the lake without seeing a single ripple. Like a lake on Titan, where every wave is barely a millimetre high. And then drifting even deeper into a deep recuperative sleep, refreshing and fixing up those muscles from all that exertion of climbing over and through a mountain and forest. Sleeping deeply to repair the mind and body, and the mind doing an immune system check, and then going around and checking for physical well-being. Almost like there's a part of the mind with a checklist that makes sure that they're all okay before they awaken in the morning, that everything that needs to be dealt with during the night is dealt with before waking up, so that they can wake up feeling so refreshed and relaxed, so revitalized. And in the morning, to the first sounds of the morning, birds in this forest, they awaken, feeling like they've had the deepest, most pleasant sleep, feeling so wide awake so quickly. And they leave their tent, they pack their tent away, they continue on through this forest. Until eventually they see a cabin deep in the forest, and there's a lake behind the cabin. And they can hear some voices coming from the cabin. And they head up to the cabin. They knock on the door, and a badger eating a honey sandwich with honey up the side of its chops and breadcrumbs down its front answers the door, wraps its arms around the mongoose in the most friendly of greetings, getting sticky handprints on the back of the mongoose. And then cutting through this cabin to a space out the back of the cabin, a small garden and a small porchway all overlooking the lake out the back. And out the back, a kangaroo is skipping a rope with a wolverine and a mouse holding either side of that rope, swinging it around for the kangaroo to jump. And they think to themselves that anyone would think that this back garden was a schoolyard playground. The amount of energy these friends have. And they all drop what they're doing and come running over to the mongoose. All give the mongoose a big hug before going back into the cabin, the mongoose putting their stuff down, the badger saying which room they'll be sleeping in, the kangaroo bouncing the way along, taking their stuff to that room for them. And then they all gather in the front room. They ask the mongoose what their journey was like here. Was it a long journey, a difficult journey? And they explain what this journey was, the curious experience they had. But they're glad that they've made it here. And they all talk to each other and say how glad it is they finally met in person, having previously been just pen pals, communicating with each other over a shared experience, a shared interest of wanting to stay in a forest, of having an interest in motorbikes and trains, and just writing letters back and forth. And over the next few days, they enjoy going down by the lake, rowing on the lake, swimming in the water, resting on the shore of the lake, just listening to the way it laps gently among the reeds, telling stories to each other, sharing tall tales. And none of them believe exactly what the mongoose says, because it sounds too mystical and a strange experience. And one day the mouse goes down to the well to gather some water, and they have to take a trolley with them to drag that bucket of water back to the cabin. And while they're down by the well, gathering the water, leaning over, wenching it down, hearing it splosh in the water, and then carefully trying to wind that back up, they say to themselves that they just wish that there was something much bigger than themselves that could help them with this task. And as they get that bucket back up and manage to lift it over the tip of the well and dump it down onto the trolley, they hear a thud, and they turn to the side, and they see what looks like a large, wide tree trunk. They don't remember a tree being there, and it's all wrinkly and tough and scraggly, and they look up the side of that tree trunk, discovering it's an enormous leg attached to an even bigger body and an even longer neck with a tiny little head. And the body stretches off way into the distance, reaching all the way down to the tip of a very long tail. And then this brontosaurus leans down and very delicately with its lips purses them gently around the handle of the bucket. And the cabin is only a short distance for the brontosaurus's head from that well, and it straightens its neck out, and its head reaches to the cabin, and it pokes its head through an open window, and to the surprise of the others who are inside the cabin, places that bucket down on the floor inside the cabin, before pulling its head back out again and turning to the mouse, and in a deep, booming voice, asking if that's enough, if that's been as helpful as they wanted. And the mouse, still stunned to silence, stutters, yes. And in a puff of mist, the brontosaurus fades, and the mouse rubs their eyes in disbelief. And then heads back into the cabin and sees that all its friends are stood around, also stunned into silent disbelief. And the mouse says they just made a wish while they were gathering water from the well. They didn't do it expecting anything to happen. It was just an off-the-cuff comment. And the next thing they knew, a dinosaur appeared and helped them just like they imagined and had wished for. And ordinarily the others wouldn't have believed this. But the mongoose had had their own unusual experience, so they were willing to accept almost anything. And the others had just seen a dinosaur head poke in the cabin window and place a bucket of water down on the floor. And they're a little scared at the idea of making their own wishes in case something went wrong. But at the same time, they wanted to try. And the kangaroo went over to that well and wished that the sunflower on the side of the house, on the side of this cabin, would become a giant sunflower that radiated light like the sun. And as they turned around, they saw that sunflower grow really tall. Its stalk grow really wide and thick as it darted high in the sky, stretching so high the top of it was barely visible. And then it opened out its petals, spreading wide. And a light as bright and powerful as the sun beamed down on the planet below. And they very quickly realized that's actually too hot. And they were starting to sweat too much. And so the badger ran out and wished that it would rain so heavy it would put the light of the sunflower out. And then dark grey clouds gathered overhead, weaving, interlocking, undulating in the sky, getting darker and darker. And then silver sheets of rain started filling the land. The sunflower sizzling as that rain struck its core. And as they all tried to carefully look up through the rain, they could see steam coming from the center of that sunflower. And then the rain got heavier and heavier, thicker and thicker. Thundering down onto the ground, like giant raindrops battering the landscape And so the mouse ran out and wished for the sky to become clear like a beautiful spring day. And nothing happened. And they tried a different wish. And then the badger tried to wish for the rain to stop. And then the mongoose wished for that rain to stop and everything to be clear and dry, like a beautiful, comfortable spring day. And the rain crashed to the ground, and the clouds fell from the sky. And in the sky hung the most beautiful blue, as spring birds could be heard around them. And the air became comfortable. And then they questioned why the wishing stopped working. And they went back into the cabin. And while in the cabin, questioning what had happened and whether they're back to normal, they had a knock at the door. And as they opened the door, so the mongoose recognized the person at that door. It was a friendly, kind-eyed, old man, Father Time, who said they're aware of magic being inappropriately used. And the friends apologized for what they did, that they didn't realize. The mouse pointed out they just made an error. They didn't know it was a wishing well. They didn't realize they were making a wish. And the others said they just thought it would be fun and didn't think it through. And Father Time said they're going to have to correct this. It's not springtime. It's the wrong time. And they went out to that wishing well. They gathered up some herbs, rubbed them together between their hands, and sprinkled them down into the water, while mumbling something. And then a gentle purple puff of smoke rose from the wishing well. And it spread through the land. And as it cleared, so the sunflower was back to its normal size, and the weather was back to how it was before. And Father Time told them to be more careful. You've got to watch what it is that you wish for. And the mongoose said it would be helpful if there was a sign on the well to say it's a wishing well, and maybe some instructions would be good too. And Father Time handed the mongoose a pen and paper and a wry smile, and then left through the front door, closing it behind them. And as Father Time left through the front door, So a grumpy cat walked in the back door, soaked through, and they realised that, unfortunately, the cat had been out in the rain and obviously hadn't expected to get caught in that rain, and it marched through from the back door to a rug in front of the fire, plopped itself down on that rug, and almost like it was giving a shrug, rested in front of that fire, stretching itself out to dry itself off, and drifted comfortably asleep. And these friends continued to enjoy their time here. And on the last day of their time together, they decided to go on a long walk, explore away from here. They promised each other they wouldn't touch anything or make any wishes. And as they walked deep into the forest, they found some horses just grazing in a slight clearing. And the horses went over to them, bowed their heads down, as if to say, "You can ride us deeper into this forest and travel further to explore." And so they rode on the horses, cantering softly through the trees until they saw a muddy clearing with a tall, muddy structure looking almost like a volcano in the centre of this clearing, with smoke coming out of the top and a window in the side. And a wooden door that looked rickety and old. And the horses stopped just before the mud. And so they dismounted, curious, who might live here? And they could see through the window the shape of what looked like perhaps a monster. And the wolverine decided to go and investigate anyway, and went to the door and knocked on the door. And this creature opened the door. It had wide eyes, a long snout, long fur, claws on its hands and feet, the friendliest of smiles, and it spoke with a slightly higher voice, as if it was slightly excitable. And it greeted them and welcomed them to its home and invited them in for a cup of tea. And they said that they've been staying at a cabin in the woods near the lake. And this friendly monster said they knew it well. Sometimes visitors there come and visit here. But sometimes when they visit here, they're too scared to knock because they think a monster lives here, just because of how they look. But really, they're a very friendly creature. And they spoke about this forest and the history of the forest, how they've lived here their whole life, about their ancestors' experiences of being here. They shared about a magical treasure that once resided in this forest. And that magical treasure was connected to magic from another realm. And the mongoose said that they visited that other realm. They know what they're talking about. And this intrigued the friendly monster, who was now curious about the stories of the mongoose, because they'd heard the ancient tales of the treasure from another realm, but never really believed that there was such a thing. And the others shared about their experience with the wishing well, and that there is magic that has seeped from the other realm into this realm. And the friendly monster shares that must be from that treasure that's still resonating in this forest, with just a hint of magic contained near where the treasure is buried. And that it's best for that treasure to remain buried, because wherever it is where it's supposed to be. And sometimes things are right where they're supposed to be, just like when you go somewhere, and where you are is where you're supposed to be in that moment, even if you don't know that that's where you're supposed to be or why. And as the day turned to night, the friends said they had to get back to the cabin. They said goodbye to this friendly monster. They went back to the grazing horses. They rode those grazing horses back through to that meadow, before saying goodbye to the horses and making the rest of the journey back on foot to that cabin. They spent this last night in the cabin telling stories, sharing their experiences, sat out on the porch, listening to the lapping water of the lake, watching the constellations follow each other across the sky, the sound of a crackling fire, the rustling leaves of the forest, sharing stories, enjoying good food, and discussing how they'll keep in contact, when they'll next meet up, discussing each other's journeys to this cabin, the different routes they took to get here, and the journeys and the time it'll take them all to get home. And after talking with each other late into the night, the sounds of cicadas buzzing through the forest, they head back into the cabin, settle down in their beds. They drift deeply and comfortably asleep. And the next morning they clear everything away. They make sure the cabin looks as it did before any of them had arrived. They leave and lock up behind them. They place the key where they were told to place it, in the secret location under the third stone on the right. And they set off down a path. They see the signposts to the different towns, many miles outside of this forest. They say goodbye to each other and head off their separate ways. The mongoose ascending that mountain, aiming for that gap to cut through the mountain again. And they cut through that mountain. They find their way to where the remnants of their scarf begins, and then gather up the thread of their scarf as they continue on through this mountain, really taking time to enjoy the journey. And hoping that when they reach the far side of the mountain, the storm will have cleared. And as they get to the far side of the mountain, the storm's cleared, but it's still very cold. They decide to sit by a fire and knit their scarf back together. As they rest and wait before drifting pleasantly asleep for a little while, and then making the rest of their journey the next morning. And the next morning, with their scarf repaired, they wrap it round their neck. They brace themselves and then head out into the cold and crunch their way down through the snow this side of the mountain, finding their way all the way down to the base of the mountain, cutting through the forest. After a long, long walk, they arrive at a town. They stop at the local pub in this town, enjoy a drink and a pub lunch, listening in to bits and pieces of conversations of the locals, the hearsay they share with each other. Resting with a pint by the crackling fire, reading through an old book. Its pages crackling with each turn. The scent of that book wafting gently in the warm air from the fire. Staying at the pub for the night, and the next day heading to the local train station, making the long journey home on the train. And once home, back in their own town, they head to their house. They pack all their belongings away. They have something to eat and drink, and then head to bed. And while they drift and float peacefully asleep, they ponder over the experience they've had. And with a smile on their face and warmth in their heart, from the time spent with friends, and the sound of the voices of their friends echoing in the memory of their ears. They drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into Slumberland. And a boat is rocking along the ocean, very gently on the undulating waves. Following the stars as they cross the sky. The moon's silvery glow, sparkling on the surface of the water. The occasional whale rising to the surface, releasing a puff of air, a spray of mist, creating delicate patches of colour as the mist is caught in the moonlight. As the boat continues sailing through the ocean, the sound of those sails, as the wind occasionally picks up, filling the sails, pulling them tight, and calms down again. And as you relax on the boat, while crew are doing their job, ensuring the boat stays on track, you take time to keep a diary of the experience that you're having, of your trip to this point. And as you've been travelling, so sometimes you've been placing objects within the diary, like pressing flowers into the diary and other little mementos, while also keeping a small chest for some slightly larger mementos from your trip. And you relax back on that boat as it continues to sail through the evening. The sky filled with stars, all twinkling away so delicately. The sea salt smell filling your senses as you feel this urge to relax a little deeper and more comfortably into the experience. And while you find yourself relaxing, sometimes your eyes gently close, and you never quite know for how long. They just close as you drift with the experience, drifting into thoughts and ideas in your mind. Just gently transitioning in and out of sleep and wakefulness, to the murmur of others on the boat, And as the night goes on, so the air takes on a slight chill. And so you wrap up in a thick, furry blanket, pulling that up under your chin. You can feel the coolness on your cheeks and the warmth through your body. And every night, you like to spend some time enjoying the night sky. Before you find you drift asleep too frequently that you know it's time to take yourself to bed. And you head down into the ship, working your way down to your cabin. And it's a small cabin and the ceilings down here are low. And as you walk, you can smell the wood of the ship. And you can feel the gentle rocking as that boat continues travelling. And you head into your cabin, climb into your hammock, and hang there as you gently begin to drift asleep. And you fall so deeply, so comfortably asleep in that hammock, almost rocked so gently and so calmly. Like it's rocking the tension out of those muscles, leaving just relaxation. As you lose awareness of the ship around you, drifting deeper and deeper into the most pleasant dream. And the next morning, the soft light of daylight passing in through the portal into the cabin. The dust dancing gently in that early morning light. Then you head out onto the top deck, taking a few breaths of that fresh air, taking in the view. And whichever direction you look, is just water, the ocean stretching on, almost as if it's infinite. And you head up to see the captain, and you can see the map of where they say you are and where you're heading. And you're still a long way off. And you head back down and sit and continue writing in your diary as this day goes on. And as the day is nearing the end of the day, one of the crew comes and notifies you that there are clouds on the horizon, towering high over the horizon. It looks like a large storm is off in the distance. And so it could be a bumpy night. And they tell you that it'll be a good opportunity to try out your invention and see how it works. See if it's really an improved design on ships. And as you approach that storm, so the first officer pulls a lever, and there's a slight judder and jolt within the ship. And they order for the sails to be drawn in. And everyone to brace themselves. And then there's a whirring from within the ship, coming from deep within the ship. And everyone gets below deck, seals up the ship. As that ship passes into the storm, and everything passes into darkness. And there's a stillness to this space, while there's a rumbling sound of the outside of the ship being heavily buffeted by wind and rain. And yet the inside remains so still. And this goes on for many hours of that storm passing around the ship. Waves as tall as houses, lifting the ship up, lowering the ship down. And yet, the inside has some movement up and down, but remains level and smooth. Until finally, after many hours, the rumbling from outside calms down. The distant sound of thunder becomes even more distant. And the crew and yourself head up out of this section of the ship and can see the faint slither of morning sun just about to peek over the horizon. And in the other direction, the receding backs of the storm clouds. And the lever is flicked the other way, and the mechanism's turned off. they confirm that your invention helped. And so you sit in your usual spot, writing in your diary. And between the words that you write, you just draw, just so that anyone reading the diary will know what you're talking about. A description and a diagram of the ship and that mechanism. And you draw that carefully into the diary. And you feel a sense of pride in your invention and how it'll help many other ships. It just means that the ships have to be adapted and designed around the mechanism. And the ship continues on. And you can see off in the distance, when looking north, the faintest hint of land on the horizon. As the boat continues heading west. And you can see some dolphin following the wake of the boat, almost playing in that wake, and looking like they're almost trying to invite further play from the crew. And some of the crew throw a few fish to them as they leap out the water to catch those fish, somersaulting and splashing down gracefully into the water again. And then the captain announces that the boat has just passed into the Gulf of Mexico. And so it'll only be a few more days and nights until making landfall. And arriving near the destination. And this voyage has been going on for months already. And it continues on. And there's very little to do other than watch the sea. And when there are clouds, to watch those clouds and sometimes make up games of what the clouds look like. Perhaps a cloud looks like a grumpy cat. Maybe it looks like a wolf, standing on the edge of a cliff, howling at the moon. Maybe the clouds move, like horses running through the sky. Just stimulating the imagination when there's very little here to work with. But it gives you plenty of time to write, to share your thoughts in your diary and your observations, and to be able to really take close observations, like analysing the behaviour of dolphins or the behaviour of whales, recording where they're seen and when, what direction they're travelling, how many you see. And every night, if it's dry and clear, you rest up on the top deck, wrapped up warm and comfortable. You gaze at the stars, sometimes finding yourself imagining if perhaps around one of those other stars in the sky, there could be a planet, and on that planet could be an alien gazing up at their sky, looking up at their stars, wondering whether there's an alien on a planet looking up into the sky. And yet, you'd never know. But the idea fascinates you. You wonder whether there could be anything greater than yourselves, anything bigger than just what is here on Earth. With these wooden boats sailing across the ocean, being the peak of your technology, being so incredible that they're capable of travelling thousands of miles. And every night you settle down in your hammock, and more frequently than you perhaps expected, you find yourself dreaming of being on solid land, of walking through European countryside, through tall grass, wildflowers, broad-leafed trees, even dreaming of walking through muddy landscapes while it's drizzling and grey with rain. But at least everything's steady and stable. But if you were still there, you wouldn't be here on an adventure. Going exploring strange new lands, seeking out new civilizations, boldly going where no one's gone before. Being at the forefront of exploration. Makes the undulating lifestyle worth it. And eventually, after more weeks of travelling, you see land on the horizon. And day after day, that land grows taller and wider. Until eventually, you arrive a short distance from the land, remaining within deep enough water for the ship, dropping an anchor. And then a team of you head in small boats to the shore, and a camp is set up along the shoreline. And a secondary camp is set up slightly higher up the shore and further away from the shore. And different items are brought ashore. And you have a couple of days in this camp. And when you first touch the land, you have an unusual sensation in your legs. You're walking on this flat land, and yet your legs feel almost jelly-like, as if the undulating beneath you has ended, and so that undulating has now moved from beneath you to within your legs. So you're walking on the flat land, and yet you feel like you're bobbing gently up and down with each step, as if the legs themselves are doing the undulating that previously was the preserve of the ship on the ocean. And so you spend a lot of time over those few days acclimatizing to being back on land, sitting down and being used to being stationary, listening to the water as it flows up onto the shore, the sound of it dragging on the sand and the stones as it pulls back out to sea. The sounds of birds within the trees around you, the rustling of the leaves, the movement of grasses, and you make sure to take time to continue recording in your diary. You write down things you're pleased to notice, things you've been grateful for, how grateful you are that you found this land and safely made it all the way here. How grateful you are to have been able to enjoy watching dolphins play. How grateful you are that your invention worked so well in the boat. And that hopefully, when word gets out, your gyroscopic inventions will be installed in other boats and how much you look forward to tomorrow, when you're going to journey on your own with just a backpack, and you don't know what you'll discover. You're following a rumour that you'd heard about a civilization that you'd like to visit and see for yourself. And as the sun sets, so you sit around a campfire, the shadows dancing around you, the warmth of the fire tickling your cheeks, the murmur of others talking in the distance, enjoying some food and drink, and the smell of that food and drink. Finding the flames almost hypnotic, as they dance before you, almost as if they're telling a story that ends with them going to bed, settling down and turning to embers. And you can hear the nighttime sounds around you as you yourself settle back down into your tent and fall peacefully and comfortably asleep. And the next morning, as the tent glows in the morning light, you awaken. You have something to eat before you set off. You pack away the tent. You let the crew know when you'll be returning, and they're going to explore the coastline and map this area while you travel off in a straight line through the trees, over hills and mountains, to find that civilization. And with a deep and comfortable breath and a sense of purpose, you put one foot in front of the other, each foot facing forward. Sometimes your mind going off on its own train of thought, but knowing you're marking your own path as you set off through the trees, and you walk through those trees, away from the murmur of the people, that murmur becoming more distant with each step you take. The gentle crunching of the undergrowth beneath each footstep, having to occasionally hack away at some branches and leaves, carving out your path through this landscape. walking deeper and deeper among the trees. Barely a trickle of light finding its way through the canopy. Just a gentle glow around you with a slight greeny-brown hue, and a softness and a stillness to this environment. The sounds of the animals, occasional call of a distant monkey, the one constant for you being your thoughts of where you're going, of hypothesizing what you expect to find. Thoughts that help you feel more relaxed, deeper and deeper in comfort. And at the end of each day, you set up your camp, you clear an area before your tent, scraping it back to soil. You dig a pit, form a fire, light that fire, watching the firelight dance to life. The smell of the fire as its warmth rests on your cheeks. As you cook up some food and enjoy some drink, and the ambience of the night, before settling down, drifting to sleep, to continue on the next day. And each day you walk deeper and deeper until after many days and nights, you eventually hear the sounds of people talking off in the distance. And so you walk in the direction of those people talking. Still carving your way through the trees, curious what this place is going to look like, and then finding your way out into a civilization here, deep in this forest. Eventually finding your way to Chichen Itza, seeing the large stone buildings, temples, the monuments, hearing that this was built around a legendary well that had certain magical properties. And those here greet you so friendly. And you find a way of communicating, of being able to engage with each other. And even though at first you don't understand each other's spoken words, You can understand each other's non-verbal behaviour of kindness and friendship. The way they guide you to a location where you can rest, where you can have something to eat and drink, where you can freshen up. And they seem as interested in you as you are in them. And you spend a number of days here. You take a close look at the temples. You have a curiosity about their beliefs, about what their different hieroglyphs mean, and the different images and statues. You walk and absorb yourself in the layout of this location, curious about the meaning and the reasons for it being laid out as it is. And one day, an elder takes you to a large temple and gestures for you to enter this temple. And you walk into the heart of that temple. And as you walk into that temple, so the sounds around you become more muted. The air becomes softer, more still. And you walk deep into this temple, arriving at a small room with two people wearing robes. And they have a small fire between them. And they seem to be cooking up some kind of a concoction over that fire. You can see something bubbling gently in the pot. And it gives off the scent a bit like coffee. And one of them has a pestle and mortar and adds what looks like some almost electric blue mushrooms, chopped up, incredibly fine, added to the pestle and mortar. And you watch while sitting on a stone bench as they crush and squish that around. It almost becoming like a paste. Before they add that to the bubbling liquid. And with a wooden spoon, they continue to stir that liquid. One of them gently nodding slightly while saying some words as the stirring takes place. The liquid starting to turn electric blue, starting to gently fizz and pop. And take on a slight sweet scent. And you notice as that liquid is bubbling away and fizzing and popping, A little bit like syrup, it starts to thicken, the wooden spoon stirring it. Can be seen to be lifting some of it out with each stir, as it oozes and gently pours like honey back into the pot. They then remove the pot from the heat and taking a larger wooden spoon that looks like a ladle, they scoop out some of that liquid while it's still bubbling, and its gloopiness runs around that ladle. It's dripping off the base of the ladle back into the pot, initially with a long drip, and then a few smaller drips. And then as the dripping stops, they move the ladle over in front of you, and talking in a language you don't understand. They seem to be gesturing as they move it up towards your mouth, and perhaps saying to drink. And so you very carefully put your lips to the ladle as they tilt that up. And it's like drinking honey, except it has an unusual pineapple cherry taste, an incredibly sweet taste to it, with a slight buzz to the senses, almost as if it begins to fill your body with a gentle tingling right down to the tips of every cell, as if it's somehow supercharging those cells in your body. And the blueness from the liquid softens and relaxes those muscles. You feel the scent of the liquid passing in through your nostrils, almost up to your brain and out your ears, and to the backs of your eyes, like peppermint, clearing your sinuses before passing down your throat, softening the muscles in your neck, your shoulders, down your arms, as all the muscles relax with each out-breath, tingling, relaxing down to the tips of your fingers, making your arms begin to feel heavy as the breathing deepens and that blueness passes down through your chest, your shoulders, your back, down your sides, softening and relaxing every muscle as it goes, through your entire body, down to your bum and then all the way down into the legs, until it goes all the way down to the tips of your toes, to the soles of your feet, making those legs feel so heavy. It's almost as if they're stuck in place, like your whole body is just so loose and limp and relaxed. It just doesn't want to move. And a stillness begins to set in through your mind, And in that comfortable stillness, you see a gentle electric blue filling your environment around you, unsure whether it's coming from within your eyes or without. Like the blue from the mushrooms, is starting to create change through every cell in your body. And the sounds of those people in this room begins to sound almost echoey. And as you drift deeper into this state, they stand and begin to help you up. And they help you through this small room and through a large door in the back of this room, which is covered in ornate descriptions and patterns and different gems, and through into a large chamber. And this large chamber is almost like a bell. And in the center of the chamber is a well. And surrounding that well is a brick floor and a brick wall built up around the well. And they lower down a bucket. They bring up some of that water from this well, and you see that this water also seems to have an electric blue quality, as if lightning is sparking its way throughout that water. And you see, floating in the center of that water is a single lotus flower, just gently turning, almost hypnotically. And they give you some of that water to drink, before taking you over to an incredibly comfortable bed against the far wall of this chamber. You rest down on that bed. You find your eyes closing, giving in to the experience. And this bed is so comfortable that as you drift asleep in this bed to this experience, you feel like it's a bed floating in the clouds, like it's so soft you can barely notice that you're touching it, like being weightless, floating in an ocean, gazing at the stars. As you drift deeper and deeper into this artificial sleep, this deep somnambulism, and as you drift, so everything goes black, and out of the blackness, you see what looks like the sun swinging left and right like a pendulum in the sky. while watching the earth shift and change, trees grow and disappear, land rise and fall, the ocean draw in and out of beaches, rising over land and then retreating, buildings appearing and then disappearing, buildings appearing in nature and then nature reclaiming that space. And as this all happens around you, so you feel yourself rising higher and higher above the ground, floating above the earth, as you watch time progress, watching through time, seeing through space, you see before you what looks like a magical brick road. With 9 arched tunnels and a bright light off in the distance, and you feel yourself floating through those tunnels. And while floating through those tunnels, you have this sense of what it all means. As you're floating through the 9 realms of existence, working through from an earthly realm towards that distant spiritual realm, and through each tunnel you see the world through the eyes of someone who's attained the knowledge and wisdom of this realm, passing from the first realm where most people reside, through a second realm where you begin to understand the importance of the connection between all things, and a third realm of being able to understand all animals and communicate with all animals, and a fourth realm being able to understand and communicate with all plant life and fungus, and a fifth realm being able to understand and hear the resonances of the earth and all celestial objects, and a sixth realm gaining a galactic consciousness, and a seventh realm learning to focus that consciousness, to be able to control being overwhelmed with the amount of knowledge and the amount of communication going on from all things, and working through those realms to connecting with the universal consciousness that's buried in the heart of the energy of every single atom in the universe. in every single fundamental particle in the universe, in the waves at the heart of the particles of the universe. Until eventually you reach that ninth realm, passing through the ninth realm, where your consciousness has passed beyond the bounds of reality to a spaceless, timeless point where there's no up nor down, no left nor right, no back nor forth. There's no colour, no brightness, no darkness. There's no shapes, no distance. To a place that's indescribable, that's beyond what came before. To a point where only the point exists. Where you understand things on such a large scale. Where you're outside of time. There is no past, present, or future. There isn't even a now, as people might understand it. A point that's beyond words, beyond language. A point you can only understand, but not articulate. But that can feed into your deeper understanding of everything else. And in this place, you feel no sense of having a body or a mind or reality. And even saying you had consciousness wouldn't be doing justice to the experience. Before beginning to drift back through those realms, but now being a new person, with new habits, new ways of doing things, new understandings that go way beyond the surface level, that go beyond even saying they're in the heart of what's underlying everything, because it's even beyond the heart of something. It's beyond a root cause of something. It's beyond the seed that becomes a grand oak. It's beyond a point that became a universe. It's beyond the energy that became matter. And matter that becomes energy. It's a connection that runs deeper, like a thread through existence to a point before existence, and understandings that are beyond comprehension. Like a deep, empathic connection beyond all connections. As you drift back, finding your way back along an endless hallway with an infinite number of doors to an infinite number of possibilities and rooms. Towards a grand, creaking red windmill. Set high in the most beautiful purple clouds. Watching as whales leap and splash down in those clouds. Humpback whales singing so gracefully through the sky. Dolphins swimming together. Monkeys swinging from tree to tree within those clouds. Fireworks exploding beyond the clouds, forming the stars in the night sky. That lotus flower gently spinning as it begins to form into the moon, and the petals drift off from that lotus flower on ripples of reality, like boats on the ocean. As you begin to pass through those realms to having a physical body, riding a glowing white horse back down towards reality, back through those realms, on a sparkling path of stardust. Before the horse disappears in a puff of mist, and your consciousness absorbs itself back into that you resting on that bed. Tingling through your body, from the top of your head to the tips of your fingers and toes, undulating gently around your nose, your eyes, your ears, the consciousness making a home for itself back in your body, so gently. With the warmth of a cat purring on a lap. As you drift into the most peaceful deep sleep, into a dreamless sleep, a timeless sleep of deep healing and recuperation, leaving behind what was once before for something better, something more, learning in ways you never knew. Like a magic wand had just been waved, and a lantern floats into the sky with the warmth of a candle, carrying with it a wish that only your heart knows. And only a deep part of you can grant. And only when the time is right, as you enter that dreamless sleep for the rest of the night. And then, in a time that you're unaware of how long has passed, you come to in that chamber, and you find you can understand these people talking to you. And they don't need to explain to you about the experience you've been on. But they know what that experience is, and you know the experience. And you know that none of you can put it into words. And they guide you back out of the chamber, all the way back to the entrance, to this structure. And you find you can understand everyone who's talking. You can even understand the calls of birds, the sounds of the monkeys. And you learn and record your experiences here, taking plenty of time to record everything about this place before heading back to the shore. And setting sail once more. Spending weeks and weeks sailing all the way back to your home. Reaching a dock, and in a horse and cart, journeying through European landscape. Until you eventually arrive back home. With your diary bursting with notes and writing, as best as you could tell it. A chest full of items from your experience. And once home, you begin to write a new story. You begin to write a new book. Like turning a new page in your life and telling a new story of your life, of a new person you've become. And you start at the beginning, once upon a time. And not only do you tell the story of your trip to that temple, but you do your best to explain the knowledge and the importance of the experience. You begin to write about distant civilizations on planets in space, about other places here on Earth, about the past, the present, and the future. And you spend every day on a new journey, sharing your knowledge, your deep wisdom, becoming the wise one people seek out. And each night, you find yourself sleeping so well, so deeply and soundly, drifting and floating, pleasantly and relaxed into Slumberland. And in this bedtime story, the woman finds herself on an unusual planet, and she's walking through a meadow on this planet. And as she gazes up into the sky, she can see a dim red sun and the faint shadow of a small moon, just taking a gentle bite out of the corner of that sun. And the sky having a delicate red hue. The most gentle breeze wafting through that meadow. And an unusual feature of this meadow is that all of the flowers just seem so dry that in that slight breeze they rustle softly, like rustling bits of paper together. And there's the distant sound of birdsong. And those flowers in the meadow are pastel-y colours, set against that vibrant sky. And she walks through this meadow. And as she walks, she can see some trees off in the distance, the sign of a small wood. And she can see beyond those trees the tall hills, not tall enough to be mountains, but just gently undulating hills. And standing above the hills, are low, white, puffy clouds. Sliding softly along the horizon as that moon carefully inches its way along in front of that sun, while she continues walking, absent-mindedly, just fully absorbed in the experience of the moment through this meadow of dried flowers, not really giving any thought to anything else. And while walking, so the moon eventually enters the full circle of the sun. And very, very slowly, that sun continues travelling across the sky, working its way gently towards the horizon. And as it gets closer and closer to the horizon, so the sky opposite the sun begins to turn a comfortable dark purple, and the first stars in this night sky begin to wake up for the night. And she walks a little faster, determined to make it to the woodland before that sun fully sets. But at the same time finds it a curious experience to watch how the moon and the sun travel at different speeds, the sun slowly setting, while that moon is travelling a little faster across the face of the sun. The air a little cooler, as some of that light is blocked out by the moon. And as she approaches the edge of the woods, the sun now tickling the horizon, almost appearing to wrap itself in that soft, low blanket of cloud. And the moon has now passed beyond the horizon, has crossed that sun, and a larger, brighter moon is rising over the horizon, almost directly opposite the sun. The craters on that moon marking out its lifetime, the years of travelling slowly and patiently around the planet. And as that moon rises into the sky, so another small moon, looking almost like a giant star, but with a much softer glow, peeks its head up above the horizon. Both moons gently creeping their way up into the sky. both travelling at a slightly different speed. And as she watches while walking towards the edge of the woods, a part of her mind is curious about whether the smaller moon is nearer and smaller and travelling slower or farther away and perhaps larger and travelling faster. But when you're looking at two moons in the sky, both different sizes and not right beside each other, it's difficult to tell which one is further than the other. And as she arrives at the edge of that woodland, she can hear the very distant sound of the flowing of a river, weaving its way gently through the landscape. And with the sun fully set, the tapestry of stars stretches across the sky like a million twinkling diamonds. And she begins to walk into that woodland, planning on heading just a short distance into the woodland before setting up a camp for the night. And she walks into that woodland, crunching softly on the undergrowth, stepping over some outstretched roots and fallen branches. The leaves above singing their song. The light of the moons penetrating the canopy. Creating areas of softly dancing light on the woodland floor. And she finds an area of some trees just the right distance from each other. And sets up her camp between those trees. Setting it up, attaching it to the trees. A ladder dangling down. The tent body set up. She climbs up into that tent, pitched between the trees. She feels herself gently yawning. As the trees seem to almost be breathing with the breeze in a kind of hypnotic, deeply relaxing way. She finds her mind so drawn to the hypnotic breathing of the trees that she almost forgets her journey to this point. Finding all her attention just on the moment. Forgetting to think about the future. Just being in the here and now. Like a name on the tip of your tongue. You know you knew and you know you'll know it, but right now you know you don't. And she sits and drinks the most delicate chamomile tea, with the softest fragrance. She can feel the warm tea passing down through her body with each sip. Almost feeling that relaxation tingling from the head to the shoulders, to the knees, to the toes, to the tips of the fingers and the end of her nose, relaxing her eyelids so deeply, so softly, that the more she tries to keep the eyes open to finish drinking her drink, the more relaxed they become, and the deeper she finds herself going into the experience. And she starts to feel so deeply relaxed that she decides to just lay down and begin to go to sleep, feeling that nothing else in this moment matters, but just falling asleep. And she settles down, resting her head on the pillow, her head sinking so softly into that pillow. The air being the most comfortable, cool temperature as she breathes it in and out. Sound of the canvas tent moving gently in the breeze, almost being rocked to sleep as the trees her tent's attached to move gently back and forth, back and forth. And with the gently rocking of the tent, her mind starts to wander, and she starts to drift into a dream. And she dreams of walking along a sandy beach. But the first she knows the dream is approaching is the very slight salty smell, followed by that breeze through the trees starting to sound like water lapping so gently on a shore and then pulling back out from the shore, before gently rolling back on the shore again. And then feeling her feet walking barefoot through the sand. The sand having a gentle warmth and a softness to it. From the water, which is soaking into the shore. And she can feel the heat of the sun beating down on her face. This sun being a very different sun to that sun on the planet she's on. This being a memory from her time on Earth before she set off to visit the planet. And she stops while walking along the beach to stand and face the water lapping around her feet, her ankles, the sensation of the surface tension of that water, the movement of that water, the temperature of the water, the way it drags the sand up over her feet and then pulls that sand back across her feet as the water flows away. Enjoying the peace on this beach, knowing that everything that happens here stays here, and knowing that she can always keep that in mind. That this is just a dream, and like all dreams, it'll be forgotten by morning. And she's aware there are the occasional dreams people remember, and those dreams contain something of value, contain a message about something currently going on within your life that needs to be addressed and currently isn't resolved. And so it keeps cropping up in the dreams. But all other dreams, when you sleep soundly, sleep well, and sleep all night. Are like presents tied up with a little bow and stored nice and neatly on the shelves of the mind. And some dreams have extra special significance and are things that you want to just revisit again. And so it's like a little dream gremlin plods around, working on your behalf, secretly in the background, to be keeping an eye on the dream as it takes place, and writing up that dream, storing the dream in the pages of a book, then so delicately binding that book, stamping the details on the spine and the cover of the book, to store that on the shelves of your mind. Clearly able to be found, but all other dreams just drift by. And so she knows she can enjoy this dream, this memory of her time on Earth before visiting this planet, and the differences between the two. And after standing for a while, she continues walking along this shore, unsure what she'll find along there. She knows what this location looks like in real life, but she's unsure what it will look like in this dream world. And so as her dream deepens, and she walks a little bit away from the water's edge, where the sand becomes fluffy and soft, and catches in the air while she walks. She wonders whether the dream will be hijacked for some benefit to her, as dreams often are, where they take something familiar and then add something in that seems strange when looking back on it, but perfectly normal while experiencing it. And so as she walks away from the water's edge and rises above that water higher and higher, heading up through some sand dunes, she sees a cabin off in the distance and begins to walk towards that cabin. And alongside her is a forest, and she walks on the cusp of the forest, between the dunes and the woods. With the wind whistling through the forest, the trees rustling, almost calling out to her, almost singing a song. And she continues walking towards that cabin, but finds that the more she walks, the more she realizes the cabin doesn't seem to be getting any closer. And she walks faster and faster, and then decides to jog. And she comfortably jogs along in the direction of the cabin, lost in thought, feeling so comfortable. And yet the cabin doesn't seem to be getting any closer. And so she starts to run. And she runs and runs. And while running, the cabin stays right where it is. And so she slows back down to a gentle walking pace. And the cabin still stays where it is. And no matter how much she walks, it's as if she's no closer to the cabin. And she feels like she's on a treadmill, that the more she tries to walk forward, the more she stays where she is. Until eventually she decides to stop and sit down. And she looks off at that cabin, curious about her experience, wondering why the more she tries to reach the cabin, the more out of reach it seems to get. And she decides not to give that any thought, but instead think about being here. And she closes her eyes, absorbs herself in the moment, pinpointing in her mind where the ocean is, that salty smell, the whistling of the wind through the forest trees, imagining in her mind running towards that cabin while not being able to reach it, and then stopping, and instead of trying to reach the cabin, she imagines the cabin reaching her. And she rests there, and the more she remains still, not grasping and trying to reach what it is she's trying to get, but instead just letting it happen, the deeper and deeper into the experience she feels herself going, like she's weaving new pathways in her mind, new understandings of reality. And she imagines in her mind that that cabin is moving closer and closer. And as it gets closer and closer to her, it picks up a flower pot, and a sunflower begins to grow in the flower pot on the porch of the cabin. And as the sunflower grows taller, the cabin moves closer. And while it moves closer, she experiences putting on some marigolds, picking up a red herring, and as that cabin arrives right in front of her, the sunflower now towering high above her, the window on the front of the cabin opens, and a pillow strikes her round the head gently, exploding on impact, with feathers filling the air. As she strikes the center of that sunflower with that red herring, and then the cabin pops as if it was a balloon, and the sunflower falls to the ground. And as it lands on the ground, she finds that she's now in a yellow antique sports car, weaving around some old country roads in the British countryside, wind in her hair. The sounds of birds in the distance. The sound of the engine whirring in front of her. Finding her way through this landscape, surrounded by fields of yellow plants with the strongest, sweetest scent and the bluest sky. Weaving past tall hedges, fields with deer standing huddled together, before driving and arriving on the cliffs of Dover, overlooking the sea, seeing the distant French coast. And being reminded of another memory, looking down at herself as she gets out the car, seeing the yellow coat, 3/4 length with a red belt, a woolen red scarf, and a red floppy hat. And the wind, quite strong up here on the cliff, and the rumble of the waves crashing below, almost forgetting everything that comes before this, just being absorbed in this moment. Seeing along the coastline a lighthouse standing tall, its beam scanning the water. The sun setting, knowing her mind is learning, processing her experiences. As she walks towards that lighthouse, arrives at the lighthouse, as the last rays of sun dip below the horizon, goes to open the door, but as she reaches for the door, she finds that it has a certain texture and scent to it of chocolate, and when touching the door, it snaps open with the most satisfying snap. She tastes a bit of that chocolate door, likes the taste of that, walks into the lighthouse, finding she's in a room entirely made of chocolate. With wagon wheels around the walls, a table in the middle of the room made of chocolate, chairs made of chocolate, and no sign of steps to work up through this lighthouse. And she sits at the table, breaks a bit of the table off, tries a bit of that chocolate as it cracks off in her hand. and feels the smoothness of that chocolate while she eats it, bringing a deep sense of relaxation through her body, making her almost take a deep breath in and out, savouring the flavour of that chocolate. And with that, her eyes close, deepening that sensation of eating the chocolate. And then she feels herself moving, sliding, weaving, and gently opening her eyes, she realizes she's in a spiral groove. That's a bit like a water slide, following it down, splashing down into a stream. And there are others in this stream doing the same, some jumping from a cliff, some climbing up the side of a waterfall, a rainbow seeming to almost inch its way up that waterfall through the spray as the sunlight shifts in the sky, while clouds move gently by. The sweet scent of pine from the forest around this stream. And all these people having so much fun. And she splashes down into the water, heads under the water, hearing the bubbling, the rumble of the waterfall landing in the stream, and then the sound returning as her head pops back up again above the surface of the water, and as the water runs down through her hair, drips and drizzles down her face, and she wipes her brow and swims over to the shore and recognizes this as being a memory from when she was young, just a teenager having fun. And she sits on the shore watching her friends play, splash, swim, jump. And a little duckling waddles gently over towards her, and smiling and feeling so happy. She feeds that duck with some food on her hand. And every now and then, her mind drifts to the thought that this is a stage of a dream, and that this is somehow teaching her something and healing something, and just working through things as the brain does during sleep. But then she forgets all about that. And she just lets herself forget all about it. As she absorbs herself in the experience, enjoying the experience, as one of her friends comes over, sits beside her, dries themselves off, talks to her for a little while, before just sitting on a rock by the stream, playing their handpan drum, absorbing themselves almost hypnotically in the flow of playing. And while she listens to them play, and her mind gets absorbed in the music, so the scene begins to turn iridescent and take on an unusual glow. And she starts to feel like she's wrapped in the coziest of blankets. So still, so peaceful. And then has this feeling like she's just being gently rocked to and fro. Before starting to hear the sounds of birds around her, leaving the dreams behind. Like any other dreams, forgetting about them, while she awakens feeling so refreshed the next morning in that tent. And while feeling refreshed, she descends the ladder from the tent. She takes that tent down and packs it away. Continues travelling through this woodland. And while walking through this strange woodland, on this paradise planet, exploring a land no one from Earth has ever previously explored. She just feels the deepest sense of serenity, and a sense of open awareness to the honesty, the authenticity, and the nature of this space. And while walking through the woodland, having seen very little around other than just the nature, she encounters these small little creatures. They have slightly squeaky voices and the most kind, large eyes, the most pleasant smiles. And they're so furry that she feels that if she picked one up, most of its body would probably be dense fur. And if she'd shaved one, it would probably just look like a stick, be really skinny. And the little creatures surrounded her feet, making soft noises up towards her while waddling around gently. And she crouched down to their size, and one of them jumped up onto her knee, and she gently stroked its head and back, and it gave the slightest purr before they started acting like they wanted her to follow them. And so she began to follow them through the woodland, out towards a clearing. And in that clearing, she could see what she could only describe as a crystal bull. And it looked like these small creatures had been carving this bull out of crystal. There was little flecks of crystal on the ground, and primitive tools lying around. And some of those little creatures had goggles on, protecting their eyes while they work, and tiny little gloves on their paws, and little aprons to protect their body, and tiny shoes. And they took her over to take a look, and she looked closely. She ran her hand gently over that crystal, feeling how smooth the crystal was and how cool the crystal was. Almost like ice, but dry. And she wandered around it, looking at it from different angles, and trying to understand it and its significance to these small creatures and their reason for building it. And they showed her over to a small book, and she could see that crystal ball in the book, and some writing she couldn't understand, but she gathered from what it looked like that it perhaps had some spiritual or almost religious significance to them, symbolizing something of value to them and their culture. And she didn't want to jump to conclusions of interpreting what it meant to them. She thought, she's sure that'll come to her at some time, if it's important to do so, but for now, she can forget about it. It's one of those things that, if it's important, she'll have an aha moment when the time is right. And the small creatures seem to be encouraging her to head in a specific direction. And so she sets off in that direction, and they bounce around, seeming to almost be waving at her as she goes. And she doesn't know what she's going to find. And this is her first time on this planet. She's the first person through to see this planet, having travelled through a portal from Earth to here. The first scientist to do so, unsure what she'll discover. And so all of this is new, and she's making mental notes of what to report back when she passes back through that portal, having explored here. And she continues on through this woodland, deeper and deeper, aware that the sun is once again setting, and the environment takes on a soft, slightly purpley hue. And she can hear the sounds of birds and other animals here in this location. Curious what they're like here compared to on Earth. And she sees a gentle glow in the distance, seeming to come from high up in a tree, casting a soft, yellowy glow across the woodland floor. And she heads towards that glow and finds herself at the foot of a tree, looking up, where she can see a tree house in that tree. She ascends, a ladder built into the side of the tree, knocks on the door in the base of that tree house, and the hatch opens and she gets invited in. And she climbs up through the hatch into the coziest of tree houses. The gentle glow of candles around shelves and sticking out from the walls. A gentle glow from the fireplace, dancing, making shadows move and weave around the walls and the ornaments. A stillness to this space. The comfiest chairs she thinks she's ever seen. And then she sees a small, almost cat-like creature which introduces itself and says that this is their home, that they're the guardian of the woods. They take on many forms. They hear everything. They feel everything here. They invite her to sit beside the fire, and together they talk. She asks them questions of this place. They share knowledge about the planet, about this specific location she's found, the creatures here, about why they're able to communicate with her and that she can understand them. They set off to their library here in the treehouse. And they come back with an old book, hand-bound. And they tell her that this old book contains the history of this land, knowledge from 1,000 scientists, what they've recorded about this planet's location in space, about the moons, the sun, the flora and fauna here on this planet. and she promises to return with a similar book about Earth. And she explains a little about her planet, where it is, its sun and moon, what it's like on Earth. And together they talk long into the night, before she's asked if she wants to spend the night, and she can return back home in the morning. And so she settles down for another night. And while resting in bed, she reads some of that book, finding that she can understand the writing, but not understand why she can understand the writing, but feels that she can forget that. There's no need to worry about why you can understand something. Worrying about whys is never wise, she tells herself. And as she reads, her eyes get heavier, until she drifts and floats so peacefully asleep. And in the morning she wakes up to the smell of a breakfast being cooked. And it's similar to the smell of breakfast she smelt before. But there's something subtly different about it, with the slightly different ingredients. And she enjoys that breakfast, says goodbye and says she'll return with a book from her planet. And she makes her journey all the way back through the woodland, walking through the day and heading back across the meadow until she can see the gentle electric blue glow of her portal. And as she gets closer and closer to the portal, she can hear its soft crackle and buzz, and that slight hum. And the slight smell, like ozone, like the scent you get during a storm. And she passes through the portal, finds herself back in the very sterile science lab, stepping out surrounded by large windows, clean white surfaces, other scientists who've been monitoring her and taking notes on her experience. And she shares some of her experience and how she's going to return with a book for someone she's met over there. And she has to continue working for the whole day. And at the end of her day, she sets off from the science lab, drives home. Her experience seeming so surreal, while she's just driving through familiar landscape almost like it was a dream, lost in time, becoming lost in thought. And once home, she finds a book, puts it to one side. She knows she'll remember that book when she sets off tomorrow, back to work. She makes herself something to eat, settles down to have a read, under cosy lights as the evening ticks by. Almost feeling like that old thing, the old experience, is gone. Like when you come back from a holiday and you end up in your everyday life and you almost forget that the holiday even happened. And after reading a while and feeling so relaxed, she went to bed and settled down. And drifted and floated, so peacefully, so comfortably asleep, into Slumberland. And a small little elephant is plodding around his island, each footstep thudding gently on the grass. The sounds of birds wafting from a distant forest, water lapping on a sandy shore. The trees rustling in the breeze, as the clouds gently meander across the sky. And this small little elephant, which walks on its back 2 legs, is bright pink, wearing a tie-dye shirt and a piercing on the tip of its trunk, and some decorations a bit like earrings hanging, looped around its tusks, and a patch of spiky electric blue hair in the middle of the top of its head. Walks around exploring this island. And every day they leave their home, plod around the island, wander down to the beach, watch as the fish swim in that sea, wander along through the sand, occasionally encountering a drunk sailing captain, sometimes encountering other people selling things. Occasionally they notice things in the ground, like marks where it looks like something's buried, and they stop and dig up different bits and pieces of treasure. They know they'll take that to the museum later, or take it to a shop. See if anyone wants it. And they wander around and talk to the other residents on the island. And at certain times of the day, they will gather outside the town hall, and they will exercise together, everyone on that island. And while this elephant explores the island and goes from house to house, saying hello to all their friends, in one house, they spot something intriguing. While sitting down having a cup of tea with the resident in that house, they notice a book on a shelf. And something about this book just seems to jump out at them. It seems like a very ancient book of deep historical significance. And so they ask their friend if they can take a look at the book, and they look through that book. And as they flick through the pages, the scent of that book rising up gently to their nostrils, up their trunk, breathing in that old book scent, almost a feeling of taking themselves back into the past through the smell of the book. They read in that book about an item that you can get which unlocks universal love. But it isn't an item you can get on this island. You have to align your thoughts and feelings and almost will yourself to the location to find that item. And it says to do this, you need to build yourself a bed. And the instructions for building the bed are written within the pages of that book. And after some time drinking that tea, they set off and they head to the trees going to the forest. They walk into that forest, and in the forest, noticing the way the sound changes, and everything seems to calm down and relax, deeper and deeper here in the forest, the way the shards of light dance through the branches overhead. Beaming across the forest floor, the crunch of walking over the leaves. They head to a specific type of tree, and they have to chop down that tree. And then with that tree, they begin to cut that wood and begin to make a bed. And they form themselves the frame of a queen-sized bed. And then they weave themselves over many hours a large sack that they fill with loose leaves, something soft for them to lie on, and their queen-sized bed comes apart and folds down, so that although heavy, they can carry it on their back. And they set up that queen-sized bed, having followed the instructions in the book. They place their homemade mattress on top of the frame, lie down comfortably on that bed, and as they do, they have the strangest experience. They notice an unusual looking character with a wibbly wobbly nose, dressed in white, appearing beside the bed. They introduce themselves as Luna. And they begin to very comfortably talk to that elephant, guiding them gently to sleep, suggesting they're getting deeper and deeper relaxed, feeling more comfortable. And as they notice their eyes closing, their body feeling heavier and heavier, they notice a purple mist forming around them. That mist becoming thicker and beginning to spread up around them higher and higher, thicker and thicker, until it's higher than the bed, and then it starts to go white as it gets thicker and more dense. And then in what feels like a brief flash, out of that white, the purple mist begins to fade. And Luna tells them they're deeply and comfortably asleep now. So deeply, so comfortably asleep. Your consciousness has travelled through space and time to a different land, and you can explore this land. And when you're ready to leave this land, you'll come back to this bed, lie back down on the bed. I'll appear, and I'll guide you from here. And you can either think of going elsewhere, focusing your thoughts on that location you'd like to find, or you can think of home, because there's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. And you can find yourself awakening back in your own island, back home. And the elephant stands and begins to explore this space. They find that this bed is situated right outside a town hall of this land. And they set off from that location. They explore this island And this searching for universal love seems like an almost titanic task. And they begin by exploring the meadows of this island. They see dragonflies flitting around the meadow, bees buzzing in and out of flowers, butterflies landing on flowers, drinking from those flowers. The warmth of the sun pushing gently on the cheeks of the elephant. And they continue exploring, walking through this meadow, smelling the sweet scent of the wild flowers. And as they explore, they find a path, and they walk along that path here. And as they walk along, they see what looks a bit like a rhinoceros, standing at a lemonade stand. And it offers them a fizzy drink. And so they drink that fizzy pop, the bubbles rising up and then down their trunk, tickling as they pop from the top to the bottom, leaving a lemony scent wafting up and down their trunk. With each breath in and out that they take, the bubbles giving a slight light-headedness, a lightness that seems to almost fill their body. And as they continue drinking that drink while they walk, sucking the drink up noisily through a straw, as they get the last of that drink out, the liquid squeezing around the ice cubes. They head into the town. They go to the local shop here. They don't see what they're looking for there. They head into a bakery, followed by their nose. In the bakery, they buy themselves some breadsticks and a donut. They save that donut on the end of their trunk as they munch and crunch through the breadsticks while continuing to explore this land. They head up a slope to a higher level, looking down around the land. They head over a small river with fish just gently and delicately swimming around, following a path down, heading past a telephone box which happens to be ringing. And so they stop at the telephone box. They answer that telephone. But it isn't for them. It's just a penguin calling, saying that they're overdue on their igloo insurance. They need to give their bank details to make sure that the payment can be processed so that their igloo is well insured. And they know this is an unlikely event. It's unlikely to be a genuine call. And so they decide to play along for a while, keeping the penguin on the call, saying, I've just got to search my pockets. Hang on a minute. Oh yes, here it is. My number is 45279. Oh, sorry, no, I got that wrong. It's 4398. No, sorry, that's the wrong number. It's so anyway, how's your day been? How many calls have you had? Let me just try a different card. And they just talk complete rubbish until the penguin gets so annoyed with the conversation. They claim to the elephant, you're having a laugh. You're winding me up. You're trying to scam me, aren't you? You're just messing with me. And the elephant continues to try to appear like they're complying until eventually that penguin hangs up, bringing a smile to the elephant's mouth, to the corner of its eyes. And as the day ticks on, the elephant doesn't find what it's looking for here on this island. So it heads back to its bed, resting in front of the town hall, lies back down on that bed. Luna appears once more, and once more Luna guides them gently into the deepest dreaming sleep, saying you're drifting deeper and deeper asleep. As you listen to me in the background, you're falling so deeply asleep, so comfortably asleep, even finding you're falling asleep before you realize it. Knowing you know you're falling asleep, but not knowing how you know it, just discovering it as it happens all by itself. Not knowing whether it's the sound of my voice that's helping you fall asleep, or whether you're falling asleep as you breathe so comfortably, as your eyes gently begin to blink in a special kind of way, perhaps just underneath your eyelids, drifting deeper and deeper asleep. Now that's it. And in that purple mist, rising and then flashing to white, they drift deeper and deeper asleep. And as the mist clears, Luna continues on, saying you're deeper and deeper asleep now in a dream. And you're on this dream island where you can explore, continuing that focus on what you're looking for. And they get off the bed and begin to explore this island. And as they look around, this island's very different to the last. There's what looks like Roman ruins. And up on a hill looks like a Roman Colosseum. And as they explore the island, they see something unusual in the air. It's a balloon filled with hot air that's floating there above them, gradually lowering down as the air cools. And that red balloon floating up there, they watch it and follow it. They keep their eye on the balloon as they walk, watching as it lowers closer and closer to the land. And they have to weave around a small farmyard space. they have to pole vault over a river. They have to walk past a field of mushrooms, glowing and twinkling in the setting sun, until they see that balloon almost about to touch the ground. They dash over to the balloon, bursting the balloon with one of their tusks. As an item lands on the ground in a box, and that box flops open. And inside the box is what looks like a doll, except that instead of arms, it has fins. And on its head, it has a hat which is far too large for it. And so the elephant picks that up and looks at it. Looks at that curious sight of a small doll with an oversized hat, with fins instead of arms, and a tail instead of legs. And the elephant doesn't know what to make of this doll, but decides to carry it on them, for now anyway, as they continue to explore. And while exploring and heading through what seems like Roman ruins, they find a house that looks curious. It seems much smaller than normal, perhaps the house of a mouse. And it's in the base of a tree. And they crouch down as low as an elephant can get. They tap on the door. And they hear walking and trudging, like someone trudging down some steps, and then some clicking and clacking, and then the door opens, and a squirrel answers and says that they were just enjoying their evening tea in front of the telly with their family. Who is it and what do you want? And the elephant explains they're on a quest. They're trying to find something. They're in search of universal love. And the squirrel says that it isn't here, but they'll go and ask the family if any of them have seen it. They ask what it looks like. And the elephant says that they're not sure what it looks like. They've just been told it's an object. And when you find that object, you'll find universal love. And they say, I don't think I know what you're talking about, but I'll go and ask the wife and kids. And the door shuts, and the elephant hears trudging and stomping up the stairs, muffled voices coming from high up in the tree. And while looking high up in the tree, sees there's a bit of the house in the tree, and the squirrel pokes its head out of a window and shouts down that they don't know what it is you're looking for. They've never seen anything that could be linked to universal love. Before pulling themselves back in and closing the window and probably carrying on with their meal. And the elephant struggles back to their feet, continues looking around this island, and as the sun sets, so they hear the howl of a hyena, and they head in the direction of that howl, thinking there's someone else to talk to. Maybe they know. And they see that hyena lit by the moonlight, its shadow stretching across the landscape as it stands up on a hill, howling away. They head up the hill to that hyena and politely interrupt its howls. And they ask the same again, that they're in search of universal love. And this hyena stops howling for a moment and says that they don't know how to help you to find universal love, but they do know someone who perhaps could. And they direct you down to the back of the island where Hippie the hippo lives. They tell you that Hippie the hippo seems to always be so happy, just wallowing in mud. And seems to take a very chilled approach to life. If anyone here can help you to find universal love, it'll be them. And so the elephant weaves their way down the hill, through the landscape, past some houses, to the back of the island, and can hear sloshing and sploshing and splishing and splashing, and some slipping and sliding sounds, and some squelching, and the occasional gurgle and grumble, sounding almost like an oversized cat's purr. Eventually finding that hippo. And as they find that hippo, the hippo looks up at them and seems so relaxed, so calm, its body so loose and limp. And the elephant explains what they're after. And the hippo says that the best way to find universal love is with your heart. When you move from island to island, you need to think of the person you love most. But focus on the feeling, not the person. Focus on the experience of that feeling and allow that feeling to grow within you, to almost tingle through you, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes, tingling as if you have electricity running through your body, as if you're alive with that feeling of love. And allowing that feeling of love to almost emanate out from you, like a golden thread reaching through space and time. And by doing this, you'll actually be creating a quantum thread. And that thread will take every possible path there is to take, in search of something which matches it. And once a part of the thread has found something that matches that experience, then that becomes the path, that becomes the single thread, and you'll be connected directly with the location of that universal love. And the elephant explains they're unsure how to do that. They don't know if they're capable of doing that. And that once they lie down, ready to move to the next location, the transition begins and happens faster than they have time to get themselves prepared in that way. And so Hippie says, they know someone who may be able to help teach them. If they just head along the coast a little bit further, they'll come to a small cabin. And inside that cabin is Beaker, the elf. And Beaker is skilled at being able to help people develop altered states, and to help people to be able to access and hold on to those altered states when they need to. And so the elephant thanks Hippie, tiptoes as carefully as they can around the mud, trying not to splash any on their tie-dye clothing. Finishes off eating that donut, walks their way along the coastline, dragging their feet gently through the splash of the water along the edge of the shoreline as they go. The sound of the waves lapping up onto the shore and pulling back out to sea, lapping back up onto the shore and pulling back out to sea. And they continue along until they can see the lights of a cabin and the gentle white, wispy trail of smoke rising from the chimney. They arrive at the door. They knock gently. And an elf answers the door. and the elephant introduces themselves, and the elf says that their name is Beaker and invites them in. And they explain that they're in search of universal love, and that Hippie said that they may be able to help them to be able to access the relevant feelings and hold on to those feelings and be able to draw those feelings up when you need them so that they can find universal love. And Beaker says, yes, they can help. They say they just need to make a drink. And so they go to a shelf in the kitchen, densely packed with fluorescent mushrooms. They pick one of those fluorescent mushrooms, and as they do, some green fluorescent dust wafts from the underside of that mushroom. They carefully chop that mushroom up on a chopping board, chopping it into small pieces. They place it into a saucepan. They add in a dash of water. They start heating that really slowly. They mix in a few herbs. They add in a few other ingredients. And it begins to form a light paste in the base of the saucepan. They go to a fish tank. They lift up a puffer fish in that fish tank. They squeeze out a little bit of pufferfish juice, a bit like ink from the pufferfish. They add a drop of that to the concoction they're creating. They go over to a small jar on the counter that's dusty, looks barely used. They blow the dust off the top of that jar. They struggle for a little bit to open the jar while holding it at arm's length. They take a very small spatula's worth of what's in that jar and place that into the saucepan, sealing the jar quickly and then stirring that saucepan. A purple puff of smoke now rising from the saucepan. And the elephant asks what was in that jar. It has a very strong smell. And they say that it's kiwi that's been absorbed through 1,000 years through the digestive system of a bingo bird. They consume things very slowly and they live a very long time. But it absorbs and mixes as it passes through and creates an almost magical substance. And they continue mixing that that saucepan, it bubbling gently. They add a drop more water. They squeeze in a couple of grapes to take the edge off the flavour. They say that should make it so that it tastes far nicer to drink. And once it's done, they leave it poured into a glass just for a moment to settle. Tiny little bubbles slowly rising up within the drink and popping on the surface, while tiny little particles sink down within the drink, settling on the base of the drink. And the elf hands that drink to the elephant and tells the elephant to just down it in one. And so they quickly gulp that back in one. They hold their eyes shut while they do that. Swallow that drink. And then it feels almost like a hurricane exploding within their body, the wind that comes out of them. They honk out their trunk. Their tail flaps away. Their ears flap. Their tusks jiggle and jingle. And then they feel peace and calm. They feel a certain level of clarity. A stillness to everything around them. And in that stillness, their eyes start watering slightly in an incredibly happy kind of way, as their body fills with so much love. As they think of the one you love and those you love the most, and that connection with them. And it's almost like a golden light begins to fill their body. And the elf explains that they need to maintain a level of non-attachment from this reality. They need to learn to breathe through it, to sit with it, to just allow their body to fill with that emotion. That if you create a block, if a signal tries to get from your brain to your hand to say to move the hand, but you tense your arm, your hand doesn't move so well. And it's the same here. You need to remove any blocks, become an observer on the experience, and let that happen. Don't worry about self-consciousness. Don't worry about what I or anyone else thinks. Don't worry about what it feels like to sit there, or what you can see around you here, what you can hear. Just be. Let that feeling develop. Let that love fill your body, your heart, with each pulse of your heart. And so the elephant allows that love to fill their body, filling their entire body with that golden, powerful emotion. The elf then says, the trick is to be able to trigger this exact state again, so that it doesn't reset, so that you can just trigger it and keep it and hold on to that. And to do that, you need to give yourself some kind of a trigger. Something unusual, something you wouldn't normally think of. And in a light bulb moment, suddenly the elephant remembered that doll with fins and how unusual that is, and thought, if I just hold the doll with fins, or think of that doll with fins, that's something I wouldn't ordinarily think of, and that can be the trigger for filling my body with that love. And Beaker hands them that doll, and they squeeze it gently as they hold on to that and hold on to the feelings of love. The feelings of that love tingling through the body, reverberating within the chest, perhaps quivering gently in the chest, maybe in the eyes. It totally fills them up. And then after a few moments, they release that doll. They allow themselves to reduce that feeling. That experience that's enhanced by that drink. And the elf says that's all you have to do next time you get into that bed. And then the next island you'll be connected with will be the one with what you're seeking. And after a brief rest here, they set back off. They find their way back to the bed. As they lie down on the bed, so Luna appears again and tells them they're drifting and floating deeper and more relaxed asleep. And as they begin to drift asleep, so they hold that doll with fins. They feel that feeling instantly begin to spread around their body, filling them from the top of their head to the tips of their toes, pulsating around their ears, quivering their trunk, like a golden light within them, and a golden thread spread out through space and time to connect with where they're heading. And that purple cloud raises up around them, turns to white, and as that cloud fades, and they hear Luna saying, "You're on a dream island, drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed asleep." The elephant gets up off the bed, releases that doll, still feeling that love pulsing through them. And before them, they see a glowing winged horse who introduces themselves as Pegasus, who tells them they're here to take them to the other side of the island. And they climb heavily on top of Pegasus. And Pegasus launches into the air on a cloud of sparkling light, flies across the island, lands in a meadow on the far side of the island. The elephant dismounts, and this side of the island just seems so calm and quiet. And Pegasus says that the rest of this journey is theirs to make. And they begin to walk through this meadow. Crickets jumping through that grass, the sounds of their legs rubbing together as the sun is rising on the horizon. And they walk through this meadow. And they see somebody in the distance walking along holding a candle. And as they get closer and closer, they see that it's a very, very hairy person. And they introduce themselves as the Hairy Potter. They came to this island decades ago to retire here, and as part of their retirement, they were to make all of the pottery, not just for this island, but for all the islands, while they keep watch over the sacred entrance. And as they say that, they glance over towards what looks like a small cave in the side of a hill. And they say that legend has it that many generations ago, lizard people built the land. And those lizard people placed mud together and clay together in such a way, mixed with the hearts of flowers, that they created beings who wanted to go seeking purpose and wanted to find meaning in life, who'd go out of their way to do different jobs and tasks, setting themselves small goals, building the buildings, doing the farming, doing all of the different jobs, not because anybody makes them do it, because it's in their nature to want to do something with their life rather than nothing. But the heart of all those flowers that made all the life contained the seed of universal love. And the ultimate seed of universal love was placed within that cave. And legend has it that it isn't what you think it is at first, that people go in thinking it's going to be one thing, and they come out having discovered it's something else. And they walk with the elephant to the entrance to the cave. The sun still hanging low in the sky. The birds singing softly, as if singing in anticipation of what's to come. As if all life here is watching and waiting. And they walk into that cave. Footsteps echoing around the cave walls. The occasional drip of water within the cave, softly reverberating. A hum coming from somewhere deep within this cave. And in the heart of this cave, it opens out into a large chamber. They walk into that large chamber. And they suddenly feel that overwhelming sense of love in this space. The same deep sense of love they felt when they were channeling that love through themselves. They felt almost like they'd been going hysterical with that love, like they had to breathe calm and slow, to control their emotions, that even having a good thing too much can be overwhelming. And they walked to the center of this space. And on a plinth in the center of this space was a box. They carefully clicked open that box. And inside the box was a small book. And they felt a bit anxious about opening that book, unsure what it would reveal. And so, opening the book while looking away and trying to force themselves to look back, they had to fight with themselves. They knew that looking was a good thing, and yet something about their head and their hands were going against their heart, as if the more they tried to look at that thing they wanted to look at, the harder it was to see. and they knew this was going to be a good experience. And eventually, those words of non-attachment went around in their mind. Just let go. And when you let go, only then will you be free to see. So they told themselves, letting go, letting go, letting go. And as they repeated that to themselves, so they felt their heart rest. They felt their breathing soften, their muscles relax. They felt themselves letting go. They felt the love gently flow as it built within them, as if the drips in the cave stood still for a moment to give pause, to give time for their experience to happen. As if the cave stopped breathing for just a moment. And they opened the book. And as they looked at those pages, so all they saw was their own reflection. But not just their own reflection, but the reflection of the space around them. And they saw that the space around them seemed to be reflecting back. And they gazed at themselves in that reflection, and they could almost see a golden aura surrounding them, a sign of that love within them. They could see that golden aura pulsing, and that pulsing almost making their ears undulate gently to the beat of their heart. Pulsing and pulsing, and seeming to pulse and synchronize with their own reflection, spreading out to fill this cave. That universal love filling the cave, filling their body, giving them an aura of love, a connection to all living things. They found themselves instinctively sitting themselves down in this cave, finding that they've naturally sat down right in the heart of the cave, as if this cave is shaped in such a way that it amplifies that love. And closing their eyes, they were aware of the golden strands of love spreading out from within them easily and effortlessly, touching the hearts and minds of all living things on this island, and then bouncing from the island through the ether, connecting with all other islands in all other realities. Something that would be overwhelming if at the same time they weren't also remaining still and non-attached, being an observer on their ongoing experience. Letting that happen, letting go, deeper and deeper. And as that love spreads out and touches all things, and they connect deeply in a resonance with all living things, they start to think. You are all loved. I wish for you to all be happy, to all be healthy, to experience well-being and good thoughts, to wake up experiencing a pleasant life full of love and happiness. And they think that and they say that over and over, spreading out to all living things that message down those golden tendrils of love. You will be happy, you will be healthy, you will experience love within yourself, for yourself, and for all things. And they keep reciting that over and over again, seeing the way that strengthens the universal love, the bond, those golden threads, that universal connection that all living things have. And an awareness. Everything is just stardust in a different form. And the elephant loses track of time, can't tell whether it's been 1 minute or 5 minutes, or a day or even a lifetime. Time stands still. And they find that as they explore this love, they notice that universal love doesn't just extend to all life currently existing, but as they move back and see the bigger picture, they notice that love spreads through the past, the present and the future, spreading love to and within all living things of the past, all living things in the present, and all living things in the future, increasing compassion, fostering forgiveness, deepening well-being, and love for all things, and appreciation for life and love and everything within it. And then drifting back into their body, connecting with themselves and the love they now hold for and within themselves, for who they have been, who they are, and who they will be. They close that book, place it back where they found it, and as they walk out of the cave, so they feel like they're walking on air. They somehow feel lighter than they felt before. They head out of that cave, and they head back towards Pegasus to give them a lift back to the bed. And while flying on Pegasus, they're aware of that connection they fostered with all things here and everywhere else. They land and get back on the bed, and Luna guides them back as they think of home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. And Luna says you're awakening at home, back in your own island. And they awaken on their bed as it was first laid. They find their way back through the forest, back to their home. They've had a very long day, travelling across multiple islands, through multiple times, connecting with all life of the past, present and future, looking forward to being home. And they settle down at home, enjoying a cup of tea by the fire. The sound of that fire gently crackling in the fireplace. The sun setting, crickets heard outside, rustling their legs together, chirping away. The occasional sound of an owl hooting in the distance. The moonlight tickling the window pane, its silvery light dancing gently within the room to the orangey glow of the fire. The leaping shadows. They enjoy a slice of birthday cake. Before calling Elvis, their cat, who gets up, stretches, arches their back, and follows them to the bedroom. And they get into bed, and they still feel that deep connection, knowing now they're connected with that universal love. As they begin to drift and float, asleep, hanging on to that love, exploring in their mind, in a pre-sleep reverie, the experience they've had, and the characters they've met along the way. Drifting gently, peacefully, deeply, relaxed asleep into Slumberland, sleeping so well all night long. And you find yourself walking through an unusual landscape. There are stalks rising from the grass with marshmallow heads waving gently in a breeze. The grasses rustling around the base of those stalks. Colourful yellow plants weaved between the grasses. Silvery moonlight tickling the top of the grass, shimmering like diamonds, and the gentle dew hanging from the tips of the grass. And illuminating the clouds in the sky. Like white, wispy filaments hugging around the landscape. And while walking through this landscape, the rustling sound of each footstep, you walk along with a small terrier puppy beside you, trying to keep its nose up off the grass, almost trying to tiptoe over that grass to stop it tickling its belly. And occasionally jumping and leaping at some flowers. As you just walk along, enjoying the very slight coolness of the air, that ever so slight breeze. And while the moon continues across the sky and begins its descent, you can notice the way that it seems to almost be bobbing on the waves of the top of the clouds of a distant storm. Those undulating clouds moving across the distant landscape. Your only knowledge of them being that they're taking a slight chunk out of the base of the moon, making it look almost like that moon is a ball gently rolling through the waves on a seashore. And then hearing the occasional very deep growl of a distant thunderstorm. And seeing the base of those clouds gently illuminating from time to time. And feeling that comfort of being all the way over here, while that distant storm plays out over there. And you continue on through this meadow, and you see, somewhere in the distance, the gentle glow at the windows of a small cabin. And so you and the little terrier work your way towards that cabin, hoping that you'll arrive at the cabin before the storm does. And as you get closer and closer to the cabin, so you start to feel the occasional large raindrop explode on an arm or a cheek. And you can notice the rumbling of the storm getting closer. And the light illuminating the underside of those clouds, stretching further across the sky, revealing the patterns within the clouds, the movement of those clouds. And you arrive at the door, the dog tucked gently up around your legs. As the rain gradually increases, with the dog trying to keep dry, you softly knock on that crusty red wooden door. You hear the latch open on the other side and the door pull open with a gentle squeak. And as the door opens, so you see this friendly, elderly gentleman with a long white beard, wearing a nightgown that's bright yellow with pink polka dots, and a nightcap of the same material, and a yellow, fluffy ball hanging off the tip of that cap. And the warmest smile with gently sleepy eyes. And they ask if they can help you, and you explain your situation. You've been caught out in this forming storm. You just like somewhere dry to go while the storm passes over. And so, with a spindly old arm and fingers like the narrow branches of a tree, they gesture, inviting you in. And you step in and wipe your feet. And they direct you over towards the fire. And the dog circles round a few times near the fire before resting down, while keeping its eyes looking up at you. The white of its eyes visible at the bottom of its eyes as it gazes up in your direction, as if just checking that you're okay with its decision. And when it sees you sit, in an incredibly comfortable armchair, sitting so deeply into that armchair that not only do you sink into it as a body, but you actually feel your mind sinking deeper and deeper into the experience, and your shoulders gently slumping and relaxing, and the muscles around your eyes and your face calming and softening, like something about sitting here. You felt a deep, instant sense of trust and safety to such a great extent that your whole mind and body just relax. And with that, the dog takes it as its cue to close its eyes and fall asleep. And it begins to sleep so soundly, with the most gentle snoring, snuggled down into that thick rug, feeling the warmth beating off of the fireplace. As you feel that warmth rubbing your cheeks, and the sound of the crackling and popping, the dancing of the flickering flames, the patterns of the shadows around the walls, ornaments coming to life. With each flicker, and then that sound of heavy raindrops, just a few individual raindrops at first, striking the window panes, light flashing in from outside, the low rumble of thunder rolling overhead, almost seeming to envelop you, the rumble so low that it seems to reverberate down the chimney, through the building, reverberating at a frequency that's as if it's reverberating every cell in your body, perhaps the water in every cell in your body, like the rippling water of a cup as a large animal walks past and shakes the earth. And this elderly man sits down in the chair opposite, and they ask if you'd like to have a drink. They hold up a cup they've got between two hands, with steam softly rising from the top, and the sweetest chocolatey scent wafting from that cup. They say they've just made this for themselves before they relax, ready to go to bed. They find it really helps them to drift off, fall deeply asleep, and sleep so soundly all night long. So it'd be no trouble to make you a cup of this drink too. And so you accept a drink, and they head over to the kitchen area, placing the cup down on a table. You hear them pouring the water into a cup, mixing up your drink. And as they make that drink, they do so with all their attention on the drink, not talking, not seeming to be distracted, just entirely focused on the task they're doing in that moment. You look around the room, you see the books and the bookshelves. You see the different ornaments around the room. A couple of pictures, some painted, some photographs, and some items catch your attention and fill you with a deep sense of curiosity. And they come back with your drink, hand that drink to you. Feel the weight of the cup as you take it from them. The warmth of that drink as it radiates out from the cup. With a hand resting on the cup, you can feel that warmth gently infusing with the hand, warming the hand, and that warmth spreading through you with a deep sense of comfort, and the steam softly rising from the top. And as you bring that up to your mouth, feeling the warmth against your cheek as your nose lets out some air into the cup. And feeling that slight dampness on your cheeks, your forehead, as the steam settles. And taking a gentle sip of that drink, feeling the warmth of that liquid pass into your mouth, the deep, sweet scent dancing on your tongue. The texture of the liquid against the roof of your mouth, and then the back of your mouth and your throat. And that comfortable warmth as the liquid seeps down your throat. And that warmth begins to spread around your body. And no sooner have you taken a sip of that liquid, and you find yourself feeling more relaxed, wanting to sit back into the chair, sinking yourself down so deeply and comfortably. And for a short while, you just sit and drink that drink. They're not talking, you're not talking. You're just both in the moment, drinking your drinks, being comfortable with the silence. And when the drink is about half drunk, you place the cup down beside you onto a coffee table, and and you ask this person who they are, and they tell you that they're a magician of sorts. They belong to a secret society. And even though you want to continue to sit back, sinking your shoulders deep to the back of this armchair, inside, you perk up with a little curiosity. And they say that they're not like the magicians you see at shows. Those magicians use conjuring. They fake what it is that they're doing. They explain that they actually do what you see them doing. If you see them walk through one door and instantly appear walking out of a door on the other side of a stage, there's not a twin or a trap door or a secret passage or some kind of optical trickery, maybe with mirrors. They've just genuinely created a portal in the doorway so they can walk straight through that portal and straight out the other side of the portal in an instant. If you see them chained up, tied up, placed in a bag, the bag chained up, tied up, placed in a box, the box chained up, tied up, placed in a massive vat of water, that vat chained up, tied up, and then moments later you see them standing on the top. It's not trickery. They haven't picked all those locks or used secret techniques to be able to control the rope that was tying the different objects up. They've just used magic to teleport themselves from inside the bag to standing on the top of the vat of water. And a part of you finds this hard to believe. And yet they're telling you this with sincerity. But as you're their guest, you don't want to pry or say or do anything that might hint at your disbelief of their claims. And as the night goes on, so the storm passes overhead. And while the storm passes overhead, so the rain thickens outside. The wind picks up, and the wind howls across the chimney, occasionally sending pulses of air down the chimney, stroking at the top of the fire, making the flames flicker and dance to the tune of the wind. And all of you inside just find the experience deeply relaxing, because you're listening to it from inside rather than being outside in it. And as the storm passes directly overhead, so the flashes of light and the rumble of thunder happen almost simultaneously. But gradually, as the night continues on, so does the storm, passing off in the direction you had travelled from. And as the storm clears, and there's just the occasional sound of heavy raindrops striking panes of glass, and the sight of those drops racing each other down the windows, and the fire burning down to embers. This elderly magician tootles off, saying they'll set up a room for you to be able to spend the night. And while they're out of the room, you stand up, you walk around a little bit, you walk over to the fireplace, warm your hands gently over the embers of that fire. The dog, just briefly awoken to gaze up at you, aware of your presence near it, before snuggling back down and closing its eyes again. And you see a photo that looks like that magician, but much, much younger. You look at some of the other pictures, the painting above the fireplace. You look at the candlesticks on the fireplace, carefully turning those heavy candlesticks around. The sound of them scraping slightly on the brick shelf above the fireplace. You head over to the bookshelves. You read the sides of those books, noticing that some of them have intriguing names. Some sound like they're in ancient languages. You take one of the books off a shelf, feeling the weight of that old book, instantly smelling the scent of the old pages as you open that book, the sound of that thick paper as it turns, the rough texture of each page, slightly coarse under the fingertips, the ink seeming like it was handwritten as you softly run your fingers down a page and can feel the slight indentation where a pen was used to write that. And drawings on some of those pages. And some of those pages looked like they had drawings of ingredients, of different plants and herbs that you could perhaps source locally to make some kind of potion. Other pages seemed to have rituals, and some just had spells or incantations. But you don't really understand any of the writing. And as the magician returns to let you know that your room is ready, you place that book back where you found it. They gesture down a hallway. You give a delicate whistle, and the terrier perks up, trots over to you. You gesture into a room. They trot into that room and jump up onto the bed, circling around and settling down in the middle of the bed. And you prepare yourself to settle down for the night. And as you do, so the occasional raindrop still strikes and runs down the window. But you have the curtains open to the window, and so while lying in bed, you can see through that window out to the night sky, and you can catch a glimpse between the clouds of the blanket of stars above. And from time to time your eyes blink for an extended period of time, an unknown period of time, that kind of blink where, when they open, you don't necessarily remember that they had closed, and yet you also don't feel like you'd fallen asleep, like you're just resting your eyes a moment. And something about gazing out of that window as the clouds pass, and you can see the full spread of stars overhead, seems almost hypnotic, the way they just hang there in the sky. Those gentle dots, almost imperceptibly moving. As your eyes blink shut again. And when they open, it's to the sound of some morning birds and the gentle glow of daylight shining in through the window. And that terrier has moved up and snuggled up near your head, resting on the pillow beside you. And you don't know at what point during the night it did that. But you give it a gentle stroke as it looks into your eyes before you get out of bed feeling so deeply refreshed, like you've just had the greatest night's sleep. And you can smell the most incredible breakfast. And the magician's already up, has already prepared you some food. And so the two of you enjoy a hearty breakfast before you're given some food to take with you and some drink to take with you. And you set off with that little package with the food and drink that's been prepared for you. You thank the magician for their kindness, their hospitality. You leave their cabin, heading back out into the meadow, smelling the fresh air with that scent of rain from the evening before. The smell of rain on grass, on trees, just hanging in the air, dancing around your nostrils. And the grass now is much softer than it was the day before, no longer rustling in the breeze, weighed down slightly by the dampness. And so you head away from that cabin, continuing your journey, not going anywhere specific, just out for a walk in nature. A journey that probably would have involved camping the night if the storm hadn't struck. And so you continue on through this meadow. And while walking through the meadow, occasionally brushing your hands past those what look like stalks with marshmallows on top, your hand striking them and some of them exploding in what looks like a cloud of feathers. Often throwing a gentle haze of water from the motion. And the little terrier jumping up and trying to bite at those newly exploded flowers. And the sun following you along the sky, as if joining you on this quest. The slight mist of the water being evaporated as the day goes on, and a distant sound of a stream. And you continue on walking through this meadow, until eventually you find that stream, and the afternoon sets in, and so you stop by the stream. You open that package to eat some of that food and have some of that drink, and you find within the package a small old book. A note in the book stating that this is from the magician as a gift to start your intrigue, to start you off down a new rabbit hole, one that you won't know where it leads until you arrive at the destination. And so while you eat a sandwich and the dog eats some food, you sit on the edge of the riverbank, shaded by a rustling, weeping willow tree, part of the tree dangling so low it's tickling the surface of the water, catching in that water causing ripples through the water. And you're just in the shade of that tree. And while you read, you find that you understand more of this book than you expect to understand given its apparent age. It's written in very old handwriting. But like reading Shakespeare, you can just about understand and follow it. And you find that this handwriting has a gentle poetic nature to the choice of words and the way things are said, and how some things are said where one or two words could have said the same thing. An entire paragraph would be used. And there was something hypnotic about the way this was written that made it so that, with half a sandwich still in one hand, most of the afternoon vanished without you being aware of that at all. The first you notice is when you gaze up from the book, seeing the gentle orange colour in the sky, the slight orange tint to the surface of the water as it flows past, the slight cool nip in the air. And so you decide that you'll set up camp here so that you can continue to read. You can always carry on the journey in the morning. And so sitting back in a tent, the dog wrapped up beside you sleeping, you continue to read that book, uncovering some of the beginner's secrets to being a genuine magician, secret ways to communicate, to say things in a way that create changes around you and within you. Ways of interacting with animals, ways of interacting with plants, communicating on a deeper level, a level you'd never understood or known before. And you read one of the paragraphs out loud as you sit in your tent, the front of the tent open, and you can see the water flowing past under the moonlight. And you can hear that flow. And you start to notice as you read dancing lights, pulsing gently as they move over the water. Sometimes the lights whizzing close to the water, almost touching that water, leaving a gentle trail behind as those soft, small ripples spread out across the surface. A bit like running a finger through the surface of the water, small, almost imperceptible ripples, having that wake spread softly to the shore. And your attention drifts from the book to those lights hovering over the water. And you watch them dance. You see that they seem to be organized, not just particles floating in the air. And you place that book down in the tent and slowly walk to the water's edge to take a closer look. And as you do, one of those lights moves over in your direction, heads over towards your face, hovers before you. You can feel the fan of its wings as they beat so fast you can't actually see them. And this small, delicate fairy introduces herself as Newt. And she says that what you have just read was a spell for revealing a deeper layer of reality. There's a mystical layer of reality that normally only children and those with a specific mindset can see. A layer of reality of fairies, of various other creatures that are normally reserved to fairy tales and mythology. That you can find leprechauns, you can find elves, you can even see dragons. But most people go through life unable to see this layer of reality. And not only do they not see it, but because they can't perceive it, it doesn't exist to them. They can't interact with it, and it can't interact with them. But there are some who learn the secrets, who then have that ability to see the unseen, to interact with the unknown. And it can't be caught on camera, because it just comes out as a slight haze or fuzzy. Because a camera, although perhaps able to see a slightly wider spectrum than a person, can't see to a different layer of reality. And this fairy shares a little more about this additional layer of reality. And you feel this compulsion, almost a deep sense of anticipation to want to explore. You know you should settle down. It's getting late and you should drift comfortably asleep. But it's not every day that you open your mind to a whole new perspective on the world. And the fairy recommends that you explore the reality now you have this new perspective. But maybe sleep on it. Start that exploration in the morning. And then flies back and continues, dancing above the water with the other fairies. The fairies' lights, just hovering and glowing, and almost humming with the most delicate energy. As you head back to the tent, you read a little more of the book before settling down to sleep, to the sound of the canvas of the tent, pulsing gently in the breeze, the gentle coolness filling the air outside the sleeping bag, the warmth of the terrier snuggled up with you, their delicate snoring, their movements of perhaps chasing something in a dream, as you fall so deeply asleep. And the next morning, awakening to the glow in the tent. You open the tent. You take a deep breath of the fresh morning air. You can see that the landscape looks subtly different. You can't quite put your finger on what is different, but there's something subtly different here in this landscape. You can see that in the trees beyond the patch of meadow, the other side of the water, are gently glowing orbs dancing within the woodland. And you wonder whether those gently dancing orbs are the same fairies you saw last night. And you have something to eat before packing up, continuing your walk along the edge of this water. And as the water widens and deepens, so you decide to stop for a moment. You fashion a boat out of a log just lying on the edge of the river. Just a very simple boat to travel a little quicker. And off the side of the log, you've attached 2 more logs at the front and the back, like narrow branches, to a log along the side for stability. And you've made what's almost like a net along the side of the log. You place your backpack into that net. And with another small log, you shape it into an oar. And you begin to paddle along this wide and deepening river. The sound of the water being pushed back, feeling the weight of the water with each push, gently on one side and then the other, one side and then the other. A few drops of the cool river water dripping on you as the oar passes across your body. Rowing on one side and then the other. And as you continue to row into this widening river, you see what looks like a large log just floating in the river. But as you get closer and closer, you decide that it resembles a crocodile. And so you start trying to keep a little distance between you and that potential crocodile. You see its tail move gracefully as it changes direction and slowly starts heading towards you. And a part of you feels a little anxious, like there's some kind of a monster swimming towards you. And so you try and keep calm, just paddling. Try not to draw any attention to yourself. And then as it nears, so you notice that it's covered in scales. And those scales seem almost oily the way they're reflecting the light, incredibly smooth. And you can't work out whether that's because they're wet or that they just naturally look like that. And then as it nears you, so it rises up from the water, rising its head and chest out of the water. And it's still some distance away, but you stop rowing as you look towards it. And it begins to talk in a low and booming voice. And as it rises from the water, so you notice that what was below the surface are enormous wings. And it's actually an iridescent dragon. And in its booming voice, it shares that it welcomes you to this land. It's the king of the land. It watches over the land from above. It dives down into the abyss, deep in this river, where it can see the land from below. It can pulse out beams of energy that can see through the land. And within a moment, it's aware of what's above and what's below. And with a gentle leap and a flap of the wings, and the water falling from those wings, and a haze of water forming as spray while it leaps out of the water, it flies up and hovers before you. And now you can see its scale. You can see how large it is, how it dwarfs your boat and you. it shares about its time as the king. And you're aware you're only seeing it because of that spell that you read. That someone else travelling along here wouldn't see anything at all. And it tells you that the spell will wear off, and you'll lose this ability to be connected across the realms in this way, to see the magic of reality, and that you could either keep having to recite that spell day after day, or you can seek out the magic ring, and the wearer of the magic ring can permanently see the full nature of reality, and they share where that ring is kept, and that the way to get to that ring involves casting one more spell. And so you pull over to the side of the river. The dragon shares with you what that spell is. And the spell involves lighting a small fire, throwing a few heads of those marshmallow plants onto that fire. Their sweet scent filling your nostrils as they burn, releasing a delicate pink cloud of smoke as you recite that spell. And before you, in that pink cloud of smoke, a portal begins to form. And the portal gets larger and wider and taller. And in the centre of that portal, you can see a different landscape opening up before you. And you step through the portal into that landscape, finding yourself standing in what looks almost like a desert, with the ruins of an ancient church, in an incredibly quiet landscape. Just the gentle wisp sound of the finest breeze tickling the surface of the dry dirt. Just a few grains rolling on the surface in that breeze. The warmth of a sun beating down on you. And beside that church is a sturdy lemon tree. And that lemon tree is oozing lemon-scented sap down its bark, looking almost like bright yellow sticky honey. And so you head into the ruins of that church. You see what looks like a small flower pot in that church, next to a door that no longer exists. You lift the flower pot and find a tiny key that's been there for generations. You take that key, you walk through the doorframe. You head to another door beyond that, and that key fits the door. And as you softly open that door, a sound of bells begins to sound around you, not coming from anywhere specific, almost like it's coming from within you, in all directions. The terrier rubbing itself against your leg, keeping as close as it can to you as you walk. As you light a lamp and descend some steps down a dark corridor, each step echoing down that corridor and back up to your ears, and then beyond you to that door and back again, almost sounding like each step is heard 3 or 4 times, getting fainter each time your ears hear it, illuminating the stone work of this corridor, seeing signs of damp within this corridor and moss growing on the walls, heading deeper and deeper under the ruins of this church. Until it opens out into an almost cavernous space of arches holding everything up above. Each footstep echoing and reverberating around this space. While you walk through this space, until you find a plinth, and resting on that plinth is a stone tablet. And you run your fingers over the inscriptions of that stone tablet. And you look around you, and you see that what is on that stone tablet matches images that are on 3 rotatable pillars. And so you head to the first pillar. You twist that stone pillar round until the symbol facing out from the pillar matches the first symbol on the stone tablet. You then head to the second pillar. You rotate that pillar until the symbol on the pillar facing forward matches the one on the tablet. And then do the same with the third pillar. That grinding sound of rotating that stone. And as the third symbol faces forward, so you hear a gentle click. And with that click, you place the tablet back on the plinth. You walk over to a candle holder. You pull gently on that candle holder, and a stone wall slides to one side. And you walk into this secret room. The air in here, thick, warm and still. The sound, dulled by the most incredible mushrooms carpeting the walls, glowing, pulsating, filled with energy. And in the center of this room is a small little wooden box. And on the top of that box are some squares you have to move around. And so you move those squares around, forming a pattern on the top of the box. And once you've finished forming that pattern, the box clicks, and with a slight spring, the lid rises. You open that lid, and inside, resting delicately on a satin bit of material, is a golden ring with what looks like an almost glowing green stone in the heart of the ring. And you take that ring, you place it onto your finger, and as you do so, you feel a rush of energy pulse through your body, followed by a deep release of that energy, and a powerful sense of relaxation and stillness, like your consciousness has suddenly gone quiet, just listening, just being with just awareness. Like everything has suddenly gone still, as if your experience is that there's no reflection of sound, no movement. The pulsing of the mushrooms has stopped. Just stillness. And in the stillness before you, what looks like a small gnome wearing green, dressed in corduroy trousers and a waistcoat and a floppy hat and mittens hanging from their sleeves. And pointy leather shoes, walks over to you, greets you and tells you that you now have taken the first step to joining the secret society of magicians. You'll gain the directions and access to the library of knowledge. And if you want to take up the task and want to go down a rabbit hole of learning more about this secret society, and uncovering the secret magical knowledge that has been passed down through generations, from teacher to student. You can go and explore. You can head to that library, undertake your study in that library. And in that library, time stands still. And so you can be there and learn and study and read and reread and read again every single document in the library. And you won't age. You'll just increase in how wise you are. While in that library, in that timeless place, in that spaceless time. And you can practice and master all that magic. You can then head to the secret society's school for magicians, where again it's timeless, and it's described as the carnival, the place where you're expected to just practice with so much excitement and intrigue. Leaving those spaces with that fountain of knowledge deep within you, where you can then return to travel the land and live within the land as a magician who knows all the layers of reality. And the level you take as a magician will depend on your dedication. But that's something you can explore if you decide that's something you'd like to do. And they click their fingers above their head, and in a flash of rainbow colours that falls to the ground like water dropping from an exploding water balloon, they disappear. The pulsing begins again of those mushrooms. The gentle, reverberating sounds fill this space once more, reaching over and touching that ring on your finger. You leave this space. You leave this church. You head back through that portal. You talk briefly with that dragon about the experience, about the decision you have now to make, about the crossroads you're at and the paths ahead. And you make your journey back home, knowing things are different within you and for you, and a whole new future has opened up before you. New possibilities, new adventures, and a curiosity if you take this path of magic, of how you'll put that to use. What kind of magician you'll decide to be, and whether you can teach your terrier any of that magic to share this journey together. And once home, after the most pleasing meal, you settle down and drift comfortably asleep. And with your mind full of the most incredible thoughts and a new connection to the world around you. You fall into the most pleasant sleep, drifting and floating, deeply relaxed asleep into Slumberland.